What makes Timaru special for me?
I think the lifestyle is the best thing.
It's a fabulous area. Everything is so handy.
Pretty much everything is in walking distance.
The climate's great. Shopping is wonderful.
We have so many local independent stores. Everything that you could possibly need is here.
It's got to be the history that makes the area so special.
It's got the Alps, it's got the ocean, it's got the lakes. It's a perfect position in the South Island.
Timaru's a beautiful, quiet town.
I just love the environment. I've lived here all my life. It's a great place to live.
This is my place where I make my stand. This is the place where my ancestors made their stand. This is a place where my mother made their stand. So this is my place where I make my stand in this life, where I tell everyone who I am and where I'm from. Timaru.
One of the amazing things about living and working in Timaru is the great supportive community.
I think just as a community, South Canterbury people are really welcoming.
People are more than willing to give you a hand if you needed it.
Yeah, you are made to feel welcome.
You just kind of know everyone, like someone knows someone. So it gives quite a family environment everywhere.
As a whole, I think it is a safe place. The communities are really important and kids can walk around and bike around like they used to be able to when I was young.
Yeah, there's heaps of families to keep themselves busy. There's heaps of walks.
Lots of playgrounds, lots of sports.
Awesome hiking trails, just great opportunities to get out into the bush and explore.
You can maximise all of your time to make the most of those kinds of things.
I think it's a good place for families to raise children.
The schools are great.
I like my school because it is small and it's easy to interact with people.
The thing that I like most about my teachers is they're really funny, kind and positive.
In Timaru, we're very lucky to have excellent healthcare right at our doorstep. And we're so fortunate that we don't have to go elsewhere to seek fantastic treatment.
Within South Canterbury District, there's some big industry. As a result of that, there's a lot of opportunity for a career.
There's so many opportunities. There really is just something for everyone. I started off as an apprentice on the tools and I've just slowly worked my way up to middle management.
Oh, the ag sector's massive and I'm proud to be part of it.
Timaru's a place of opportunity. What I got out of this was mainly to upskill myself in this business. And I took away a lot of things and I'm still here and I'm still taking away a lot of skills from here.
There's so many possibilities here.
Well, the housing here in Timaru, I'm definitely finding you're getting a lot more bang for your buck, especially as a young person. Just getting into the property market's been a lot easier.
As a young couple, it's been great starting a business because we receive a lot of support from local people in the business community.
There is a lot of community groups.
There's so many clubs and things to join.
The sporting communities, they've just been really welcoming and inviting.
Whether it's cycling or any sports you're into, there's just so much opportunity in Timaru.
The pace of life is laid back and it gives me time to follow my passion in life, which is motor racing.
Be prepared to spend time talking to people and be prepared to walk a bit slower. It's just a great place to be.
Yeah, it's just an awesome town to live in.
So yeah, give it a go.
We're at the Frontrunner Timaru. I'm the owner of the Frontrunner store. I've been an owner for about 5 years and I've been involved with Run Timaru, which was known as Timaru Harriers, for about 30 years.
So we do have a what we call the Frontrunner, a run on a Thursday night. So that's more of a social evening. Generally I like to run at a pace that I can still talk.
I'm Jesse Kemp. I'm Vice President of Run Timaru and been heavily involved in planning for the Timaru 10 on this weekend, which I'm extremely excited about and a bit anxious, to be honest. Just the magnitude of it this year, it's just growing exponentially. I'll be running, hopefully getting a PB.
This weekend I'm joining the Timaru Top 10 and I'm doing 10K.
Supporting the local club for a national event. I think it's good. I haven't run the Timaru Ten before.
With my challenge is to break 35 minutes of 10K, which I did last year. It's the fastest 10K in the country. That's a flat, fast course that you can really achieve a PB. It's only a handful of people can win a race, but it gives something for everybody to aim for.
I want to do it for a personal achievement, and my running has been going, cross fingers, really well, so I want something new to sink my teeth into.
To be having as a Nationals 10K road champs, I think is a real honour, and that doesn't happen every day for Timaru, so yeah, we're pretty excited about it.
Morena koutou, everybody, around Aotearoa to Levels Raceway in Timaru, the home of the South Canterbury Car Club, as we see one of the rickshaws making its way up the back straight. Great to introduce New Zealand representative, inaugural winner of the Timaru Ten, Cam Avery, here this morning. He'll be commentating with me. We're about 10 minutes away from our first race start time. A little inclement, Cam, but look, we're resilient runners, aren't we? We get out there in all conditions.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, it's not the best weather I've ever seen down here, I'll be honest, but also not the worst. It's probably typical South Canterbury conditions for this time of year. A lot of rain, but for now, the most important part for both our races and those watching at home is that the wind levels are low. It's only supposed to get to maybe a max of 12k per hour gusts over the next couple of hours, and if it holds that way...
Oh, we can talk normally now.
Hello.
I'm live. That's Paul Dominikovich. He's one of the rickshaw Ronnies.
So speaking of the rickshaw Ronnies, that's such a cool implementation they've got this year. Haven't had that before. The level of the event has just gone up and up and up. I've been lucky enough to be here the last 2 years. Obviously the inaugural event 2 years ago, and then last year just as a pacer rather than a racer, but both times it's been awesome racing. The surface is incredible. Anyone who's raced it knows it's a really fast course as long as the conditions hold. And although it's raining out there, there shouldn't be too many puddles. If it is, then they really need to look at resurfacing their whole thing.
Am I okay?
Alrighty.
Yeah, so Cam, let's just talk about the circuit itself and the course that the men and women will be running today. So, yeah, we've got a chicane there. We've got a nice view of the big rubber chicane where hopefully nobody will be bouncing off those today. Talk me through this course and how it rolls, because I haven't raced it myself before, being a has-been these days. So
that's all good. Well, the good thing is that up in the top left corner of everyone's screens, you can actually see a small cat's eye view of the course. So if everyone looks up there and squints really hard, gets close to their own screens. So if you look basically central, down the long straight that you see at the bottom, if you imagine it's someone lying down, and with if they're reading a book, and so they're lying with their head on the right-hand side, if you go halfway down there is where you start, do a little mini loop which basically just cuts off the entire right-hand side of the course, and that's where the 10Ks will start. And they'll do a little one down to here, kind of the belly button of this lying person, and that's where the laps will begin. And the entire course is really smooth. There's not a single hill in the entire thing. All of the corners as well. It may look like some of these are tight, but it's a big, big course. None of these are corners that should be slowing anyone down.
Yeah, excellent. And you talked about, you know, we optimally want to find courses where, you know, all of our age groups can get an opportunity to run fast. And this is actually the first year that we've included the New Zealand 10K Road Champs within an established event. So previously we've had the New Zealand Road Champs, and we changed the regulations last year so that we can do things like this. And, you know, when I think back to my days and some of the road races that we had around the country, like the Sir Barry Curtis 10K up in Auckland and other 10K races, this is kind of a new frontier for us, isn't it? This is where we need to be.
Yeah, and this is the future of the sport, I think, worldwide. As much as you have a little bit more control by developing your own event, I think this is where the sport is going. Being able to incorporate it into an established event, a growing event, one that isn't overly burdened by the, as you're more than aware of, the certain legislative limitations that exist by creating your own event that only follows those. You're able to make it faster. You're able to make it bigger. It's just all round, as you said, it's the future of the sport. So we're all excited for this, and I hope that it is a bit of a blueprint for where we can look for the future.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Craig was mentioning last night that, you know, in the first year they had, or even last year, you know, around 100 entries, and they're up around 300 today. So it's not only, you know, Athletics New Zealand competitive members, but it's actually people from outside the periphery of the sport, the recreational runners who are coming in, getting enticed by this opportunity to have a unique running experience and chase a PB or whatever it is. So as we see the start line there, and athletes are limbering up, about 4 minutes away from the start of the A race.
Going off what you were just saying, Jason, what was awesome was about 5-6 weeks ago, one of my colleagues at work, and I'm not in a sport-related profession, one of my colleagues at work was like, "Oh, I think I might do the Timaru Ten. Cam, have you heard of the Timaru Ten?" I was like, "I have heard of the Timaru Ten, actually." And so to have somebody completely outside of the sport there, hearing about the race, and hearing that it was incorporating some kind of championship and wanting to get involved in it, was really cool. She's not from Christchurch, she's not even from like down here. It wasn't hearing it through there, it was just through the grapevine, seeing online. She was starting to get involved in running as we see the sport exploding on the community scene with the incorporation of run clubs. Shout out to every single person out there who is either a new or a current member of some kind of a run club. We love having you as part of the sport. Yeah, it's just a really, really cool thing to see the event exploding in that way and breaking into the quote-unquote competitive scene, because that's a market that we haven't always done a good job of catering to, should I say. So yeah, very exciting stuff.
Got to ask you, have you been to the 4:45 Run Club on Friday mornings? It's one of these new clubs that's sprouted up on the New Zealand scene.
I haven't. Yeah. Wait, is that an Auckland thing? Is that a Christchurch thing?
It's right through New Zealand now. I think the biggest chapter of the club is, if I can call it that. They run from Mission Bay, and there's a couple of thousand people that are following that on social media, and the whole idea of it is that you get up at that ungodly hour and go down to the meeting point, and the Auckland group meet at Mission Bay, and they go out. I think they run out for 20 minutes along Tamaki Drive and then run back, so everyone can be included, and then they get into a big circle around the fountain at Mission Bay and talk about what they're doing for the rest of the weekend and why they're doing it, and then go and have a coffee by sort of 6:15 in the morning.
That's disgusting. There's no, I won't lie. Good on you, 4:45 Run Club. I cap my mornings at 5:30. I do have a nice little group of guys who will run on 5:30 on a Thursday. Hasn't happened actually for a while because of injury and racing commitments, but you know, I cap myself at 5:30 in the morning. Those who get up earlier than that are braver souls than myself. Now, as we're talking here, we've got what looks like our main race lining up. So this is race 1. So race 1 will be incorporating both the senior men's and the senior women's championships, along with the masters.
And shall we talk about some of the leading contenders?
Why not?
You're going to know many of them.
I do. Oh, as we see on the screen there, so Craig Motley on the left, but everyone will recognize Sam Tanner on the right. So Sam, obviously, two-time Olympian in the 1500, stepping up to the 10K distance today. So he's probably standing out there because he will be basically one of our pace leaders today. So is he racing? Probably. He's probably finishing, but he's setting the pace at around 2:57s for the leading senior men, which is, for the mathematicians out there, that's 29:30 pace. And that's approximately the time that's been the race has been won in for the last 2 years. But this field is far stronger than any we've had before. So will we see that go down today? If the wind holds and Sam are on pacing duties, yes. Will Sam then choose to kick on home and probably rile up the crowd as he goes? Probably as well. And that's definitely a possibility. But he's going to have some tough competition. We've got some of the top members of the Whippets Running Club here. William Little, the current 5K track national champion, and he won that in a blistering last couple of K. He's been a New Zealand representative at the World Cross Country Championships this year, and performed admirably there. He'll be someone to watch. Connor Melton put the sword to a lot of this field at the New Zealand Cross Country Champs up in the Hawke's Bay this year. He is in flying form as well, one of my training partners, so have to give him a big shout out too.
Yeah, and in the women too, we've got two of our well-performed national athletes in Laura Nagel and Bridget Dennehy. So we hear that they're pumping for a 33:20 or thereabouts. I think the record is just over 34:30, which is held by Catherine Camp from University of Canterbury. Can you see that being on the line today?
I would be very surprised if that record is not wiped from the books by the end of the next 35 minutes. So here we go. Oh, no, just kidding. They're teasing us. Oh, God.
It looks like they're about to race.
No. Oh.
They're about to race now.
Ronan Lee over there on the right, wobbling around. One of the Whippets members, he was, I believe, 4th at this year's National Cross Country Championships as well. He'll be someone to watch.
Now, I'm not sure. Ollie Chignall, he was entered. Is he on the start line?
He is not. So recent reports out are that Ollie unfortunately has had to pull out, potentially sickness related or some kind of injury. Which is a shame. Would have been nice to see him going up against these guys, someone with his pedigree. But yeah, hopefully we'll see him later this summer.
We'll see Pai Wynyard from Papanui Tokaiche, who's one of the contenders for the under-20 title here as well.
Absolutely. Here they go. Let it go off. There they go. Hopefully we'll have a time on the screen. Now, we were talking about the rickshaws before, so this will hopefully be one of the top broadcasts that you'll see this year because of, oh, there we go, we do have a clock in the bottom right hand screen, that's great. So we've got a couple of bikes out with coverings which will be covering the majority of this course. They will not be covering the whole thing, so if it cuts to a wide pan, don't be alarmed, ladies and gentlemen. It's only because the bikes can't go out to the furthest point of the course because of connectivity issues. But we should get the majority of the race like this, so you can follow along, see the pace that these guys are running, and the girls. Speaking of the senior woman, by the way, we kind of had to cut off while they were starting, but yeah, the race between Bridget Dennehy and Laura Nagel will be fantastic. Bridget's kind of been dabbling in a whole range of distances this year. She won the New Zealand Road Mile Championships, but she also made her marathon debut over in the Gold Coast. It didn't go as she was hoping for, but it didn't go the way most people were hoping for. The Kiwis who went over, it was pretty tough conditions. She's in unreal fit right now. She's told me that she feels like she's as fit as she's ever been, and that's dangerous for everybody else, including Laura. As good as Laura is, Laura's got about a 15:30 to her name for a 5K, and so anyone with a 15:30 to their name is going to be hard to beat, but Bridge is going to be very, very tough, especially if she starts putting the pressure on Laura from further out. We've also got Eva Pringle of the Whippets Running Project. She's in flying form right now as well. I would say that the battle for the bronze medal should be between her and Katrina Andrews of the Night Ninjas. So it'll be a really good racing, but we can see that the men have already funneled out into near on single file. So Sam Tanner obviously leading, Ronan Lee sitting just behind him, Connor Melton, and then William Little. So 3 Whippets back to back to back, all behind Sam. Behind them, we see Tonga Bumble, and Tonga right on the screen there, as we say that. He is from the University of Canterbury Club, recent returnee from the States, where he was competing at LaSalle University in Pennsylvania, and incredible athlete, really, really good. I believe he was a 2-time NCAA individual qualifier for cross country, which is very, very hard to do. Anyone who's been over there or had a family member over there knows that that's really hard. Okay, I just want to point out that as this saw there, I was hoping that there wouldn't be too many puddles out on the course. Looks like on some of these apexes, we are getting some puddles. That's going to make these guys' feet quite wet. Thankfully, it's not too cold out, but we will still be getting some numb toes. So who's going to be able to deal with that as the race goes on? And just kind of put that back in their mind. Everyone's dealing with the same thing. You don't want to be running too far out to avoid those puddles. But yeah, it's going to make things a little bit tougher than it might ordinarily.
Yeah, I saw a couple of the P Naughty boys up in that lead bunch as well, and Andy Good, who's a master, I believe, and going for sub 30 today.
Yeah, Big Daddy Good is a recent Masters mover-upper, but he will be going for sub 30, as you say, so he'll be one of the top tanglers in the senior men's open. But on the screen we see a huge contingent there from Run Timaru, which is great, so they're the host club for this.
I think I saw Eva Pringle tucked in the bunch there as well.
She was, yep. We see some of our leading under-20 women as well. Kate Curry, Catherine Lund, kind of in the back of this pack, with a lot of the Christchurch Avon guys.
Yeah, Kat Lund, she said it's her first 10k road race today. She's never done one before.
And that's something I actually wanted to bring up about the 10k. A lot of people hear about 10k championship, 10k PBs, and they go, oh, this person's got this 10k PB, this person's got this 10k PB, oh, they're not going to be a factor, they haven't done this, that. So the 10k is run so infrequently, and yeah, like people think, oh, well, most cross countries and most road races are 10ks, but they're not always great courses, they're not always measured accurately, they're not always good conditions. The chances of someone having a 10k PB that's reflective of their ability compared to, say, a 1500 or a 5k PB is much smaller. So you might get a guy like Connor Melton, the national cross-country champion, undoubtedly one of the fittest here in the field, but his 10k PB is in under 30 minutes. It should be, and so it's due for a rewrite. But I wouldn't let anybody go astray by letting themselves get confused by someone's slow 10k PB relative to their 5ks. We got to go off form.
I see Nick Moore there from Owaraka, who's in the Masters 50 to 54 age group. He's apparently setting out for a time of sub 34 minutes today.
So Tom Galloway is the Christchurch Avon athlete on the left there with Luke Mitchell, and looks like, so Tom, I believe, is setting the pace for the leading woman and that pack. So Bridget Dennehy and Laura Nagel are both tucked in there. Laura Nagel is on the left-hand side with the white cap out of the 2 women who you see on your screen. Bridget Dennehy is in the black cap. So the battle between them is going to be so fascinating, and it's very much I would say it's a a classic tale of strength versus speed, but Bridge has turned the tables on Laura a couple of times in even the shorter races this year. So it's really fascinating. Eva Pringle is not letting either of them go, and she's asserted herself in at the back of that pack in the Whippet singlet as well. So could she spring a surprise on the top two? Could she hold in? No one's maybe expecting her to be able to beat either of those two girls, which sometimes is where you want to be coming from. You want to be coming from that underdog moment. The pressure is less. There's nothing to lose. Will we see Eva spring a surprise today?
Yeah, Bridget, she just loves the racing, and she's one of those real competitors in the women's scene, and she's got a awesome range. 1500 right through to, half marathon. I think she's got her eye on a fast marathon in the future as well. So, yep, she's had some real rivalry with her training partner, Laura Nagel, and there's a lot on the line here today. National title. I don't think either of them have won the 10K road before. So
the 10K road is one of those ones that I'm not going to say it often falls by the wayside, but just because of timing. Right? I think that in the past, when it's been its own event especially, then you do national cross country, and then it kind of, people go back into a build phase. They push through for road relays, and then often it's, okay, now it's track time. So people go back to the drawing board and go again. But this year, I think, is a little bit different. Whether it's the fact that it's a private event, events can hold prize money, and that's incentive for people to keep going. I don't know, there's probably a range of factors which has increased the turnout this year, but we're seeing better national fields for the roads than we've seen in a long, long time. Some of the old codgers on the listening right now will probably hate me for saying it's probably one of the best ever, because we always say that the 70s and the 80s and the 90s were so strong, but sue me, I don't care. It's a very, very good field. It's world class. It's got Olympians, it's got national champions galore across both the men's and the women's side, and we're about to see one of those bikes. It's got a little camera in the back, and so we'll probably end up getting the we're actually already in one. I'm just kidding. They really fooled me there. But obviously Sam Tanner leading here, Ronan Lee still sitting in behind, Conor Melson in behind him. You see Tolman Bumbo behind him as well on the left. He's just taking his cap off and thrown it. Oh, great throw, Tonga. Get into frisbee, my boy. Will Little on the right in the black cap. Tom Mulai as well. So Tom Mulai's got a great little story recently. So he is the third whippet kind of in a row that you can see on the right-hand side of 2008 Tom Mulai.
We're coming up to the 3,000 metre mark or thereabouts. So the split we're looking for is about 9 minutes. And that's 29:30 pace, and they know that they're on the dial of that in the first lap.
So looking at 9 minutes for about 3,048 metres, according to Motley's pinpoint measurements. Jeez, providers, there we go. So about 6 seconds down on pace, but through the first 3-ish K, I'm not surprised by that. I'm not sad about it either, because in these types of conditions, you want to hold a little bit in reserve probably, and for a 10K especially, these guys will all turn it on in this type of race. The last 2K are going to be the fastest 2K of the race, so they will pick that time back up. A lot of these guys are targeting Zatopek qualifiers, so they've got to run at least 29:45 to even think about entering Zatopek 10K over in Australia at the end of the year, and some of them have got that in the back of their mind, but I'm hoping that they don't allow that to pull their focus away from the race itself. You win this race, you're running that time. It's going to be won in under 29:30, I think, barring that puddle getting any bigger.
Great to see Eva Pringle there. She's made her way up right next to Laura Nagel there, and the three of them are locked together, getting some good support from the men.
So what time are we looking for this?
And, we are looking for about 10:09.
Oh, there we go. They've just gone through there. So again, about probably 10 seconds down on the time, but not surprising.
So that's for 33:20 pace. So they're about 33 and a half pace.
And what I've heard whispers of around the thing, and Motley will probably shoot me for saying this, but and we found it last year sometimes as well, that the if there's apparently there's K markers around the course, but people have questioned whether those are maybe 100% accurate, so it might take a little. I don't have any doubts that these, considering how to the meter Motley has given us for each of those lap splits, those are definitely accurate, and that's where often a recalibration will occur. So if Sam or Tom Galloway or anyone else pacing is going off their watch splits or K splits on the way, maybe they're like, oh yeah, I'm good. I had the same thing last year when I was pacing the top group. I was like, yeah, I'm on pace, I'm fine. And then I came through the first lap and they're like, you're 10 seconds down. I was like, oh, god damn it, I've got to recalibrate. And that's fine, they'll do that. The pacers are good enough to be able to do that. So, looks like we've got a little bit of separation here on the women's side after only about 3K. So I think potentially that recalibration has occurred where Tom Galloway has realized, oh, we're a little bit down, and he's put in an injection of pace, but maybe too much, because we've got a separation here where the women have lost their male pacemakers. Bridge Dennehy, it was the last one to go, but we've got Bridge, then Eva Pringle, then Laura Nagel, and Laura's dropped off a little bit. Eva's still holding on to Bridget's coattails. We'll see if she can keep doing that. And we've flipped back to the senior men, where the lead pack is all basically still together. We've lost a couple. We've lost Andy Good off the back and Tom Mulai.
Yeah.
Tom, Tom has just done his first half Ironman only about 3-4 weeks ago. So pretty impressive to see him here tagging with the big dogs. Back to the woman. We've got Bridge with Eva Pringle. Eva's looking good. Eva's looking comfortable as well. Laura she needs to try and stick on with this male athlete as he goes by her just to get back, and she should be able to do that. She's an experienced competitor. She'll use him. Bridge is having to do the hardest work out of these three right now, despite the fact that she's winning. So whether or not we'll see a switch in pace, whether she tries to work with Eva to try and put more distance into Laura, who she probably considers her biggest threat, whether they'll even know that Laura's not on the back. They may not at this point.
Yeah, back to Tom Mulai. So he was helping out Hayden.
Yeah.
Before the Olympics.
It was. So I reckon Tom can probably... Oh, there's one of those K markers we're talking about. So those are put in. But yes, Tom was helping out Hayden. So he can probably take about 40% of that medal, I think. I think he's owed about 40% of that Olympic medal. I don't know if they want to share it by like actually splitting it physically, or maybe Tom gets a cut of prize money. Not sure. I think Hayden can afford it. So... but no, he was over working with both Sam and Hayden, both CK athletes over in Andorra before the Olympics. And this is despite the fact that Tom was dealing with a pretty bung Achilles, but he was putting in work, both running and then cycling, because he was so injured himself that he would get on the bike. And after a little bit of work with Hayden, he said he was starting out just struggling, and then by the end of that summer block, he was going on rides with Hayden, and Hayden was turning to him at the end of these big training rides and going, I'm pretty impressed that you hung on there, because I wasn't hanging around. And it gave Tom a little bit of motivation to maybe dabble and see where he goes. He's always struggled with injury when he's just running, but he seems to have found a bit of a sweet spot right now where he's doing a lot of cycling, a lot of biking. He's putting in 28-hour training weeks across the three disciplines, and it's showing dividends in his running. He was one of the top performers at road relays a few weeks ago, despite only quote unquote being in the Whippets B team. He outperformed basically every member of that second lap, barring one or two members of A teams.
And he's back in 7th at the moment, but it looks like Whippets have got a bit of a stranglehold on this teams event, because we should mention that today we've actually got teams competition across both centres. The athletes are running in their club uniforms, so it's the first 4 to count in the centre championships across the seniors, masters and under 20s, and then the club teams championship is the first 3 athletes. So if we think of Connor Melton and Will Little and Ronan Lee there as well, so looking really strong early. And we should mention, I have to say, Tonga, he's looking great, isn't he?
He does. He looks really, really good. And what I like about Tonga is that his ability to turn it up for cross country.
Coached by Craig Motley, the event director.
Coached by Craig Motley, so he's got hometown advantage here in a way. And Tonga, he's got good track credentials. Don't get me wrong. He's got a sub 14 5K to his name, but he would be the first to admit that he doesn't have the track credentials that he believes are reflective of his ability. But when it comes to cross country, he turns it up. And what usually that means is that the worse the conditions or the more variable a race, someone like that is going to perform better. So this is the type of race that Tonga will be relishing right now.
And I think Craig said over dinner last night to us that he's encouraged his young charge just to be patient in the race today and not to do too much work early, just sit in there and see what he's got left, because this is a longer race on the road for him. He's been doing some great workouts. I hear some 800s on 3 minutes and around 220s, so he's got the form at the moment.
Yeah, he went toe-to-toe with Will Little over their respective leg at Road Relay Championships. Tonga probably had it a little bit tough because he was just out in front, so being constantly chased by Will. And Will did catch him, so I think Will ran down about 20 seconds on him, but that's not a bad run by Tonga to have clear road in front of you, nothing to gauge, only as the chased rather than the chasee. That's a hard thing to do. So all of these guys here, Sam, obviously his credentials, don't even need to talk about him. He's, multi-time New Zealand champion and representative at Olympic Games, Commonwealth Games. I think he was 5th or 6th at the Commonwealth Games in the 1500. But all of these guys have a decent argument to make for winning this race. Ronan Lee, who we haven't talked about that much, he's an orienteer by trade, but he's got sub 30 10Ks to his name. He was second, I believe, at the New Zealand 10K champs last year.
So we're well through halfway now in the men's race, and we're coming up to halfway for the women, and we're looking for around 17 minutes 52 to be on pace for 33:20 pace.
I think we've just flipped away. If we can flip back, I don't know who's on the camera. Can we flip back to the women? There we go. Thank you. Perfect. So yeah, we should be seeing them go through the timing mat relatively soon. So there we are. Boom. About 5 seconds down. So that's great. They've recalibrated, as we said. They've got back on to where they need to be. They're within touching distance of that. They'll be getting that time as long as they don't let this key lap. This is the lap. For anyone who's interested in time and for racing for that matter, this is the lap that you need to lock in. This is where people will lose their focus. This is where sorry, I think that's the time.
Oh, that's the time there.
Okay, I had the wrong one. Apologies.
So that was, so about 30 to 40 seconds down. So we're still on sub 34 minute pace.
Yeah, sorry, my bad, everybody. I thought that was the timing mat. So yeah, so a little bit down, but that's okay. They did lose their paces, so they've had to do it themselves, the women. And again, those top women, will they care about time? Yeah, it's nice to get a good time, but it's racing at this point. You're into the last half of the race, and what I said before doesn't change. This is still the key lap for racing or pacing. You've got to lock in here because this is where the gains are going to be made. All of those top men and all of the top women are all locked together.
Yeah, we saw some splintering in that group, and I thought Laura was actually going to drop off, but she's got herself back into it and is looking as competitive as ever. She's just hungry for it. She loves the racing.
She does, and that's who Laura is. She was locked. She locked horns with Becky Green. Now Becky Aikenhead this year so many times, and their rivalry was one of the most exciting rivalries to watch in all of track and field here in New Zealand. They were just going toe-to-toe over every distance, and it was so close. It's a shame not to see Becky here, to be honest, because this is would have been almost a hometown race for her. But I'm not exactly sure what she's doing right now, race-wise and form-wise. But we've got more than capable replacements for that rivalry with Bridge and Eva for Laura right now. And we're 20 minutes in, so for both the men and the women, this is where the race is going to start heating up. Moves made now in these conditions on this course could be the move that wins the race. So you've got to stay locked in now. Every move counts. You can't afford to have doubt. You can't afford to lose focus. So with someone like Sam in there, who's in there to run a specific pace. That changes the dynamic a little bit for the men relative to the women, who don't really have someone right now pacing them. So a move by them is a move that would be unexpected. Where Sam, they know what's going to happen, so everyone can base off that. If they want to kick on first, they can, but they know what they've got. The women
Did
don't
Sam
have that.
say he'd come off the beach a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, something like that. Sam's
couple of
always,
weeks of training, he's
Sam's
a
always
freak,
on,
isn't he?
he's always on the beach. Oh, he doesn't do anything. It doesn't even work. But no, we'll see for the men. Here we go. So the top men all locked together still. I'll tell you what, Connor Melton, for somebody who loves to, he loves to set a pace as well, but he hasn't done a lick of leading today. Not only leading, but Tonga and Will have kind of been floating up onto Sam's shoulder, whereas Connor's just been tucked at the back, same as Ronan. And for the two guys in the field, Ronan and Con, who are the most, the more prolific front runners out of that whole pack, they're being very, very tactical today, very smart. So we'll see if that pays dividends for them in this last lap, because they're going to come in. We should be about to see what. Yes, they're doing the last kind of little, kind of an S. It's the, I guess the head of that that map up in your left-hand corner. They're kind of doing that right now. So they'll be coming in for the, what is it, the 7,682 meter split, and they're probably going to about 7K right now. A little bit over 7K, because they're over 22 minutes. But here we go. So they're going to come in a little bit to get this 7,600 meter split, and we'll see kind of what kind of pace we're looking at. We're looking for a 22:40 for those at home, and again, I'll try not to mess the line up this time. I'll let Jason be the judge of this one. He's got more wisdom than me.
Yeah, so Connor Melton took out the National Senior Cross Country Champs in Mission Estates beginning of August. And there we go. 23 minutes through 7,682 metres. So about 20 seconds down on that 29:30 pace, but still sub 30.
Yeah, and that's probably understandable, considering the rain and the puddles and everything. Okay, so we've got a little bit of splintering here. Ronan is just losing contact. So will he be able to refocus and get back on there? Clearly now we're into the last lap. So
saw a few grimaces from Sam, and he has been laying down that pace the whole way.
Well, it looks like Will's having a little grin. He's had a little chat he had a couple of words with Sam. Will won this race last year, and that was the breakout for one of his biggest years, easily his biggest 12 months to date. Since then, he's gone on to run basically 1350 in the 5K. He's represented New Zealand for the first time, a couple of times actually now. And here goes Will.
Working together by the looks of things here. They're just G'ing each other.
Yep.
And Tonga is not giving an inch either. He's trying to hang on.
He's trying, but I think that right now we're seeing the cream of the crop separate themselves. So we've lost Ronan, we've lost Connor, and now I think we're just losing Tonga. Will is not content to just sit behind Sam. He's gone and he said, I'm the defending champ. I'm going to go and take this, Sam. If you want to come with me, you can. This is going to be really interesting because, as you said, Sam has said before the race that he's only just been getting back into his training. He still did a very, very tidy lap at New Zealand Road Relay Championships a few weeks ago. But a word on the street from Sam, not this Sam, sorry, Sam McLean, who is the coach of both Will and Connor here, is that Will is fit right now. He is in absolutely outstanding form. So Will is not content to just sit and wait. He wants to take this by the horns.
And Tonga and Connor, they just really need to hang on here, don't they, if they want that sub 30. But there's national medals on the line here too.
A national medal is worth more than a sub 30 to me, but maybe I'm biased. I don't know. Okay. So Sam has stopped. So Sam's decided, no, I'm not gonna finish this off. He said pacing job done, which means it's a little bit easier for Will now. But maybe that pressure was, no, that's hard now for Will because the main competition's gone, but that opens it up a little bit more to Connor because now Will has to do this all by himself.
Leg speed wise?
Leg speed wise, Will's probably got it over Con, but at the end of a 10K, you never know because it's not always about that track speed, it's that strength. And so here comes the top woman. So Eva is still, Eva, Laura, and Bridge are all still complete together. We have got, we're looking for about a 25-35. So obviously they're probably again about 30 plus seconds down, but that looks like it's been the tale of the day. Set time. Yep, there it is. So they're about 50 seconds down, 45 seconds down on it, and that's okay. You're not going to win any prizes for getting a fast time today. It's all about winning the race. I do think with slightly better conditions, we would have seen some lightning speeds. We could still see the race record go down, to be fair, because that's just the quality of the woman we have here today. I know that Catherine Camp, the defending champ and the race record holder, would have loved to be here. She said in a podcast earlier this week that she's really gutted that she can't be, but it just doesn't line up. She's doing the Auckland Marathon, and it's just not going to be conducive to her. Bridge Dennehy is actually doing the Auckland Marathon as well, so she's doing both. But Bridge is quite literally built different, so we'll see how she goes.
So we've seen Laura make her way to the front now, so just trying to assert some dominance there, Cam. She's multiple national champion, road mile, 5K roads.
Yeah, she is.
Ran that 15:32 in the States earlier in the year.
Yeah, she's in great form, and her going to the front, she wouldn't be going to the front of this group if she didn't go with intent. She's going with intent right now. It would be actually great if we could just flip back, because I feel like the men are probably about 2 minutes away from finishing, if not closer. Cameraman, if we could maybe flip to the men just to see. There we go. So I can't see it to where we are right now.
I think we're over the back straight there. I can see an athlete moving.
Yeah, but I don't think... I think these are them here in the foreground.
Yeah.
We've got Will.
And so Will ran 29:35 last year, didn't he, to win?
Yeah, he did.
Thereabouts?
Yeah, so he was again hoping for a sub 29:30, but it just didn't quite happen on the day. But
set him up for the summer, and he ran in Serbia at the World Cross Country Champs.
Yeah.
Top 60, 70 in the world.
Yeah, it was really, really good racing by him and his first kind of foray into that level. So it looks like, okay, this is interesting in the women. So we've got Eva in the front, and Bridge is just struggling to hang on at the back of this group right now. So Laura is holding on for dear life to Eva, but we've got a little bit of separation there with Bridge at the back, which is unexpected, to be honest. At this stage of the race, I would have expected Bridge to be there, but maybe with that marathon in a couple of weeks, she's in that phase of training right now where it's tough. So Eva putting down a statement of intent with pushing on. Laura, though, not giving an inch.
Yeah, and Bridget, did a lot of that early work. So as we saw, Sam had towed the front the whole way, so it does take its toll.
It does absolutely. So now that this men's group at the front is these men's paces are breaking up, it's going to be even tougher for the women. But okay, so we've got 29 minutes on the clock. Could we flick back to the men? Sorry, just for we're in the last bit of the race. Here we go. Okay, so we've missed the. Okay, I have no idea where the thing is. So that's, I think, third and fourth. Can we pan back to the winners, because they're coming in to finish? No. Okay, sorry team, we've missed the finish there. That's a shame. I'm not sure exactly who got... Oh, there we go. Will there through in the win, 29:33 looks like, and now Connor coming through right behind in 29:38. That's fantastic running from both of those boys in these conditions today. Couple of puddles out there, obviously, but Will running about the same time as he did last year, which is really good. And still coming in for a sub 30 is Tonga, 29:51 approximately, and Ronan following right in behind him. He'll also go sub 30. Amazing running. Awesome from those top four boys. Four sub 30. That's really, really good. So, and looks like we've got our last men coming in here, or our kind of 5th, 6th, 7th here. Got Tom Moulay in there. Cam Clark, Andy Good. He'll be the top master at 30-30. And you can see the puddles there as they're crossing that line. So if that's what they're having through the apex of most of these corners, then it's very impressive running here today to have what they were. So the top woman will probably be coming around the top bend now somewhere. So amazing to see Will Little go back-to-back here in Timaru, but have really strong challenge from his training partner, basically Connor Melton. They're not in the same city, but same coach, and they are doing all the same stuff together in contact all the time. So
Benjamin
really good
Wall
from them.
there, 31.08.
That's a great run from Ben. Jesse Kemp from Run Timaru as well. Callum Stewart from Wellington Harriers. That's awesome running.
So who are you picking for the women's win here, Cam?
Darian Sorori crossing there, followed in about 31.27. That's a PB for him. That's awesome. Ethan Smolge running in Canterbury singlet, but for UC, also sub 32. This is a huge number of men going sub kind of 32 minutes. This is really, really good. High quality Corbin Straker there from Christchurch Avon as well. The woman, oh man, it's hard to say. I haven't seen them in a little bit, but Eva was looking really, really good, and she's so hungry. I think this is Pi Wynyard coming in here to win the under-20 men's in just around about 32 flat, maybe just under. That's really good running from him.
And Lorcan Rabbit, second under-20, not too far behind from Vic University there.
That's awesome running. I am sorry that we weren't able to get more under-20 specific footage, but it is great that we've been able to get so much of the senior men's and the senior women's. Senior women will be coming around soon. I've got about a minute to go. Hopefully we can swing back and see them in a second or two, but now that the races are going, we have been told that it's hard to get the cameras exactly where we had them maybe the first couple of laps when it was a little bit more less spread out, should I say. But here they go. So, oh my gosh, it looks like Eva Pringle has made her move.
A decisive one at that.
It
She's
is.
got about 20 metres there.
So Eva heard she heard the book. She heard us talking about the book all week, where everyone was talking about Laura and Bridge and who was going to come out. And she said, I'm not content with that. I'm not just a challenger, I'm a competitor, and I'm going to come out here.
Here comes Laura, coached by Craig Kirkwood, Eva Pringle, but Laura's not giving it away yet.
She's not. Will Eva be able to hold on? Can she make this a Whippets 1-2 across the senior men's and the senior women's? Laura has upped her stride rate. There's no doubt about that. But she's probably got about 20-25 meters to make up, and there's only probably a couple of hundred. Eva's looking behind her. Eva, keep your eyes up. The race is ahead of you. Can Laura catch it? They've probably got about 100 meters, 150.
Laura's digging deep, but can Eva hang on? It's going to be close.
They're going to be coming through any second now. This is going to be so close. Oh, it looks like Eva's just held her. She's done it. Wow.
Maiden national title for Eva Pringle.
That's huge from Eva. Well done. She was a silver at the New Zealand 3K champs this year in Wellington, behind a flying Tilly Hollier. But today it was all about Eva Pringle. What a race, Jason.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I love seeing an underdog come through and take the win. And really, the racing has just been so intense out there today. We've seen the best of it, and it's really wet out there. You can see the puddles, guys. The wind has actually probably stayed away.
Yeah. No, it's been great. You can see that the Athletics Canterbury sign up here is, it's held relatively taut, but there's enough room in there for it to be blowing if there is any kind of wind out. And we're inside right now, but I'm going to be heading out in just a second to do an interview of the two winners. So I'll go out and give you a bit of an idea as to what that wind's looking like. But gosh, what amazing racing. All right, I'm going to go see what I need to do to get an interview with both William Little and Eva Pringle, your New Zealand champions today at the Timaru Ten.
Shots, I reckon. And I mean, people will be thrilled because, you know, you don't often get female funnels. Oh yeah. Oh, I can't feel the rain. Feel a bit out of it, like they should be giving us a hug or something.
Yeah, live is all good. You happy with the shuffle off?
Come Edith.
Hello everybody, and again welcome back to the Timaru 10. We're here with Eva Pringle and William Little, both of the Whippets Running Project, the winners of the senior women's and senior men's respectively here today. Guys, how are we feeling? Eva, your debut national title, yes? Or have you got, wait, did you get the steeplechase as well this year? Yeah, sorry, my apologies, we've got it wrong in there. You came in today a relative underdog compared to Bridge and Laura. How did you go in approaching that race in the way of that underdog mentality?
I think I just sort of had fun. Like, I was just like, it's rainy, it's windy, like, get out here, try 10K and just have fun doing it. So I think I was just really relaxed because there was no, like, you're not the top dog. So didn't have any pressure going in, which was really nice.
Absolutely. And when did you decide in the race, all right, now's my time to go? Did you feel something in the race? Did you feel a shift that told you that? Or was that the whole plan the whole time to wait till that last lap and go down the back straight?
I think we had George, who was like just running in front of us, and so I was like, okay, I just gotta stay behind him, and he was kind of my motivation to go because he's kind of pulling away from like our little group. And then I just think, what's that 8K sign? I was just so excited for 8K, and just knowing that you had 2K to run at home, so I feel like I just wanted to go with 2K really. Yeah. Well, because Laura's got such a good kick, I was like, she can't be next to me.
And she was coming. She was coming back in that last 100. Was that, with the last few hundred, was that fear? What was that driving you home?
That was pure fear. And then when these guys were like, go, go, I was like, she's coming. But it was good.
I love it. Oh my gosh. And what did you think about the course itself and the event?
Oh my gosh, I love it. It is so amazing. I have never run here before, and it was just so cool. Like, such a fast track, and just you just feel really good at like all points of it. At least that's what I did.
Well, it's cold. Thankfully, the wind has looked like it stayed away mostly around there, but it is wet, it is cold. So we won't keep you too long, because I want you guys to go and get some clothes on. Will, back to back, how are you feeling right off the bat?
Yeah, really good actually. It's an awesome race, and like, I don't know, everyone was worried about the wind and the rain today, but I kind of just approached it like it's a race. I don't care what the time is. I'm just going to sit in there and just race it, and that's kind of what I did today.
And obviously, having Sam in there as a pacer/racer, looked like you turned to him down the bottom corner over there, had a couple of words. What did you say?
I kind of, after 5K, I was feeling pretty good. I was like, the race starts probably around like 8K for me. So I, over there, I was like, we got to go. Like, we're dropping Connor a little bit, and Tonga, we'd picked up the pace a bit, but I was like, we really got to go. And so then we kind of went, and then Sam turned to me like maybe with like 1,500 to go, and he's like, it's all yours. And just like let me go, so yeah.
Yeah, were you gutted that you didn't get to kind of go toe-to-toe with Sam over those last few hundred metres?
Yeah, I was gutted with that, and also a bit gutted that like Chignall pulled out with sickness this week, so that would have been good to race him. He's quality as well. But look, those guys in that field, Connor, national cross champ, and Tonga and Ronan, they're quality guys, so it's always cool to get a win over them.
Absolutely. And for both of you guys, what is up next? So Eva, after this, Are you just approaching the domestic track season as usual? Do you have any changes?
That is to be decided. Yeah, just track, I suppose.
And what about you, Will?
I'll be doing Zatopek if I hopefully get in that race, and then 9 to 5s. So yeah, that's next up.
Well, guys, amazing racing for both of you. I'll let you go put some clothes on because it's really cold out here. We'll go back to you guys in the studio, and thank you very much, everybody, for watching. We'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah, what do you say? Oh no.
So how was the rain?
It wasn't as bad as what you thought, but your shoes are just soaking wet. You're soaking wet. It's like kgs of water. I guess you didn't need a drink.
You look pretty happy.
Oh, you know, it's a good day to be running. I think. I don't know. I'm trying to be positive.
If we can come forward just a little bit, even if we're staying still, but if we can come forward just so I can catch the finish line. Yeah, I can hear what's up. We can, I'm at the finish line currently, but I can get the start. Okay, sweet. I'll let the driver know and we'll just cut the start time.
Hang on, you can take this off. Okay. That's not this. Okay, can you start recording? Yeah. This one doing. Hopefully that's matching Ben's, but I can't tell. Yeah, so you should be good to record.
Can you undo the other one of those?
Do you want it done?
I was just going to say, if he wants to get in shelter, he's cold out there.
It probably doesn't really matter at this point, to be honest.
You're right.
I mean, probably handle it.
Hi, Kiki. How was it?
Cold.
Yeah.
I'll ask the question as soon as we get it back on the I'm just talking on the other radio. Tristan Plastic is here that probably this race at the year. Tristan just advised Sarah you're rather cold, so probably after this race.
I might go ahead because I'm stuck here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Timaru 10. We have just started our second race of the day. If you're just tuning in, welcome. If this is your second race of the day, then you were treated to an absolute masterclass pair of performances from both Eva Pringle in the senior women's, who turned the table on Laura Nagel and Bridget Dennehy, the pre-race favourites, to take out not her maiden senior title, actually, we find out, but her second national title after the steeplechase earlier this year. But this one, I think, was probably a little bit sweeter, Jason.
Yeah, look, she's, a big improver on the national scene. And it was great to see Will Little defend his title there. And we should mention that the under-20 titles went to Pai Wynyard from Papanui Tokach.
Yep, and he ran about 32, I'm going to say 31.59, it looked like. Official results to come out, but amazing running from him. And it was a close race over Lorcan Rabbit in second.
And Kat Lund from Dunedin, from Otago.
She won the under-20s in about 35.15, and beating out, I think it was Kate Curry in second as well. So awesome racing across the board. I do want to apologise to anybody who was tuning in, hoping to see a little bit more of the under-20s. Obviously, considering the fact that it is it's a private event with the senior men's and women's and the leaders of those races being the primary focus. That's what we were focusing on, and it was amazing to have such awesome camera work across the way with both the implementation of the bikes and of the standalone cameras. We got to see an awesome amount of both the men's and the women's, so huge shout out to the camera team. And also, let's just take a chance to thank our sponsors today. So Timaru Bluestone, you can see up on the right hand side, were one of our main sponsors, so thanks to them.
Yeah, Venture Timaru, who have covered the live stream cost today, and not insignificant in my own experience with events. How good is it to have a live stream of all the events today, just to bring in this coverage to people throughout Aotearoa today. We should have a shout out to Nick Moore from Owaraka too, who has decimated the New Zealand 50 to 54 year age group record for the 10K. He's run low 33 minutes today.
Wow, that's awesome running. And across both the senior men's and the senior women's, we had a huge number of PBs and incredibly fast times. We were saying while we were sitting here in the nice warm that the conditions weren't too bad, but turns out it's actually quite cold out there. I went out to do some interviews at the end, and I came back in with blue fingers. So that is my poor circulation. Thanks, Mum, for that. But also, it is just frigid under that rain. So
I think they were saying it was going to be about 5 degrees.
Yeah, it's not warm out there. So amazing running to have 4 senior men under 30 minutes. Very impressive. That's about the same as we had last year, but last year's conditions were just unbelievably better than this year. So it was awesome to see. So this race, Jason, tell us what we're seeing here in terms of the actual age groups that we're seeing, because some people may be confused.
Yeah, so we've got the New Zealand 10K Road Champs, the Masters categories here, as we see Paul Hewitson from Wellington Harriers leading this out. Closely tucked in behind is Chris Martin from Don Gregg Racing Stables. So those two guys are in the, I believe, 60.
No, I think that's.
Group.
Is that 60? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, 60
and 50.
Chris Martin's in the 50 to 54s there, and I think that's a young athlete there in the under 20s who.
The community race.
Yeah, community race.
Is running the AirPods. He's blocking out the haters. Impressive work. But just for our viewers at home, we've been told by our fabulous leader Craig Motley that the first 2 numbers on the Masters bibs are showing the age range, age grade that they're in. So Chris Martin, for example, is in the 50s, so 5-0 to start. And it's like we're zooming in here.
Yeah, and Paul Hewitson's actually just returned from running in the Berlin Marathon, where he placed in his age group, the 60 to 64s, and I think he was just over 2 hours and 50 minutes in one of the marathon majors, a fantastic achievement for one of our leading New Zealand Masters male athletes.
Absolutely. Berlin is an incredible marathon, one I definitely like to do one day, so that's amazing to go to such a high-quality event and perform with such distinction.
Yeah, so fantastic for this inclusion of the Masters athletes. They get their chance to run fast on the runway, and yeah, this is quite an area of town here. We've got the airport not too far away as well.
Yes, the massive Timaru Airport with planes as big as a Cessna.
I just think it's fantastic to see, yeah, for the first time, New Zealand Championship incorporated in arguably probably the standout 10K road event in the country, and coming back to the regions. If it was a nice day, out in the background there, you'd see the Southern Alps, but it's as we see Tonga warming down on one of our stars of the men's show today. He got under 30 minutes. Yeah, it really is a fantastic setting for the event today, and a great weekend away in South Canterbury. We've got our prize giving where the medals will be handed out a little bit later on, and we're going to the Spates Ale House this afternoon, Cam.
Oh.
You coming along for
if you're buying.
Where we're going to be giving out some spot prizes. So it is an awesome job here that Run Timaru, under the guidance of Craig Motley, the event director, man with a vision for what could be created here.
Yeah. And I just want to. Oh, sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you there, Jason. While you're patting Motley on the back, but he gets enough pat, so it's okay. We can. I just want to point out that on the left-hand side, we've got a great view of our races right now, but we've got like so many of our senior men. This is what makes our community really good. I hate to get all kumbaya on everybody here, but there's not too many places in the world where you'll go and see so many members of the races all warming up and down together. It's really cool to see. We're really happy, I think, with the space that the sport is in. And as you're saying, like, events like this are great to bring it together, but this isn't the only event that we're going to have on the calendar like this. Hopefully, you were talking to me before about the up-and-coming New Zealand 5K Road Championships, and going back to Rotorua, I believe.
Yeah, so we'll be one more year in Rotorua on the airport runway as part of, I think that might be one of the ladies who from Run Timaru has been pretty involved with building that club. Yeah, so we're back to Rotorua Airport as part of Rotorua Marathon weekend next year on Saturday the 3rd of May. So I encourage everybody to, come along and support another, get a possibly a 5K PB. Paul Hewitson, arms in the air there. What was that all about?
Also from me. No.
Yeah, I think maybe there's a little bit of argy-bargy there. But yeah, Runway 5 will host New Zealand 5K Road Champs next year. And we're changing up the course to a 1K circuit in front of the terminal there with 20 battery light towers to make it the best lit night run course in New Zealand.
Oh. The Whippets night cross race will have something to say about that. This is very interesting.
Perhaps on the road then. But yeah, we're looking, I think Sam Tanner ran just over 14 minutes in the first year for Runway 5. And yeah, it was taken out by Eric Speakman last year in about 14:20, as we see Chris Marden and Paul Hewitson making their way around one of the turns there.
So they're looking back and forth quite a bit, aren't they? Did you say you saw, I might have missed that, sorry. Did you say you saw Paul throwing his arms up in the air a little bit there?
Yeah, I think there might have been just a bit of a puddle that they've run through, that, or a clash in footwear there. We see another group. So we'll try and pick up some splits there for you. It's 9:41 on the clock.
I don't think there's a woman in the, I don't know if there's a specific woman category, but yeah. Alright, start picking up now. Yeah, the bigger group? Yeah.
So here we have Paul and Chris heading back down towards the finish area. So we'll pick up a split, which will be for the just over 3K mark.
So it looks like, so this is one of those decisions right now, potentially. So Chris has gone quite wide here. Whether or not there's a bit of a puddle on the apex there, and he's decided dry feet is going to be more worthwhile than getting that really tight apex and saving a couple of meters. That could well be the case.
We've got Ian Calder there from Athletics Northland. So he's a very well performed Masters athlete. I think he's even won some many world titles.
I reckon that Northland kit is one of the coolest I see on the circuit, to be honest. That kind of retro light blue, I like that a lot.
Malcolm Cornelius out on the right-hand side there from Don Gregg Racing Stables.
And you can see a couple of the athletes, especially the Don Greggs on the right. The Don Greggs team have a lot of wisdom between them, between their whole club. And you can see they're the ones wearing the gloves and the arm warmers. Probably a good call considering the conditions out there. Anyone just with straight up singlet and shorts is a bold person, because it's not warm out there. It's easy from here in the commentary booth, but not out in these conditions. So it looks like Chris and Paul going around again. They're locked in. So obviously competing in slightly different age categories, the 50s and the 60s. Was that right?
Yeah, so those guys have been through that 3K mark. So I'd estimate they're probably around 10:40 to 11 minutes, which would have them on 35-minute pace for 10K, and that's as quick as some of these guys. Yeah, Chris has probably run under 35 minutes, but Paul's in the older age group there. He's in the 60s, so that's really quick running for him.
Absolutely. And again, anybody watching from home, basically whatever they run today, take off 30, maybe 40 seconds, because you're seeing as well, they're not running 10K, they're running 10.05, 10.1, because of the this 10K is measured around the tightest possible line, and a lot of the time these athletes are choosing to run a little bit wider to avoid the puddles that are forming right on that apex of each corner. So you could take off 30 seconds, hell, take off 2 minutes, I don't care. Like, you've run 28 minutes, Will Little, like, embrace it.
I think that second group that we've just looked at is probably on about 37, 30 to 38 minute pace based on that split.
We've got a little gap forming here between Chris Martin and Paul Hewitson. Paul doesn't want to let this gap form too big, because running by yourself out there, as we've seen throughout the day, is hard. You want to be, even as a competitor, you want to be running with somebody else just to give yourself another body in this rain and in the little bit of wind that is starting to pick up a little bit. So Chris has put down a little bit of a move, and he's caused a bit of separation, which he won't mind, but Paul will want to get back on his tail as quickly as he possibly can.
Yeah, look, it's the second time we've been in a motorsport park in the last month, so Cam, were you there? I think you were there. So what did you think of the New Zealand Road Relay Champs?
Yeah, I loved it. I was unfortunately not able to race. I've been dealing with a little bit of an Achilles issue the last few months, which I've been trying to get on top of, but unfortunately it has meant that I haven't been able to race as frequently as I have in previous years and as much as I'd like to be, but it did give me the opportunity to observe it from kind of an objective third party. I have to admit, turns out being a supporter, especially as an unofficial kind of like team manager, it's more tiring than racing. I never had enough respect, so I take my hat off to everyone out there who isn't a racer but is there as support crew, especially for road relays where there are so many moving parts. And I was unbelievably tired, more tired than I've ever been at the end of a race. So yeah, it was a great event. I thought that it showed that the closed circuit road relay has a place in the future of our domestic calendar. Every year, maybe not. Personally, I think that myself and some others thought that it could be kind of incorporated on a biannual basis, maybe even every 3 years. But a really, really cool event. Logistically, made a lot of sense. I saw a lot of feedback afterwards from parents, especially. If parents are racing, often their kids are racing, or vice versa. And when you're in a van doing a point-to-point traditional style road relay, you don't have that chance. to observe your family members. And that's half the reason we're here in the sport, isn't it? It's the community style. And so having a central hub where you can really enjoy that whole community atmosphere was great. I saw a lot of clubs getting involved with it, like the clubs cheering on their own, obviously, and then cheering on other clubs. And that was really nice. I don't know what your thoughts about that were.
Oh, I just applaud everybody for who believed in the concept and invested hard-earned dollars in getting up to the Central Plateau. And yeah, probably the highlight of the day for me was that everybody embraced it and had a great time. Just the camaraderie and vibe there was awesome. As we see, I think it's Alice Cuthbert from Leith, who's in the 20 plus category here. She's open woman. She's got a male counterpart there to keep her company there, as we see some of these groups that are formed in this second Timaru Bluestone 10K event. Great to have some company out there on the long journey around this racetrack today. So it's a 2,000 metre lap, and we've got some results coming in. Cam?
We do. So I've just been given a lovely printout of all of the results, nice and quick, from the race 1, which included obviously the men's and women's under 20s and the men's and women's senior races. So just going to go through some of those results for you, because I know that a few wouldn't have got to see those yet. So for the women's under 20, we had a solid field, and often these under 20 fields do get diluted a little bit here at the Road Champs because of Australian cross country and schools racing. But it was really good to see such an amazing field out here today across both the men's and women's under 20s. So for the women's, in third place, we had Kimberly Iverson of Leith Harriers, who ran 38.12. And then the top two were very, very close, having Kate Curry of Christchurch Avon, I believe, who was in second, ran 35.30, and only 9 seconds in front of her was Catherine Lund of Araki Athletics, 35.21. So awesome running by all of those women in there. And in the in the under 20 men's, we had third place was, again, these top three were all within 12 seconds. Across a 10K, awesome racing. That's what we want to see out here. Close racing. Harry Witt from New Brighton was in third place with a 32.14. Lorcan Rabbit of Victoria University, 32.10. And Pi Wynyard, probably the pre-race favourite, what did take it out. He's got a great finish from Papanui Tok H, and he ran 32.02. So I was a little bit over-eager when I said 31.59, but awesome running for all those guys, going close to 32 minutes on a day like today. That's probably more worth like a 31.20, 31.30, and yeah, awesome running by all of them. We can pop across now. Our senior women's is here.
So yeah. So Eva Pringle, first New Zealand 10K Road title. As we look at the screen, Chris Marden has established a handy little gap there over Paul Hewitson in this New Zealand Masters 10K Road Champs. So yeah, Eva, 34 minutes. Would that be a PB for her today?
I think it is. Yep. Again, not too many 10Ks run, so yeah, very, very fast. And I think that's under the race record, is it not? 34, was it 34.20-ish?
34.32 or something by Cat Camp, yeah. But Laura Nagel was closing her down in that last 100 metres, but just didn't have enough road tarmac to make up there the gap, but only 2 seconds. Silver medal for Laura Nagel there from North Harbour Bays, and Bridget Dennehy, who did a lot of that early work in the pace, not setting, but because she was definitely trying to win that race today. She was 34.17 for the bronze medal. And in the men's race, Cam?
Yeah, sure. So we've already kind of discussed how amazing this field was, but we'll go all the way down. Even so, Andre Lapine Day from Fielding Moa, only 20 years old, so first year senior, and he ran 30.30, which is amazing. And then the top, so I thought the top four were all under 30. Turns out Ronan was just over 30.01, but from Whippets, Ronan Lee. And then the top three were Tonga Mabumbo, Connor Melton, and William Little. So Tonga ran 29.54. Connor in second was 29.41, and Will in first with 29.33. And I think that 29.33 is basically bang on what he ran last year, but again in much worse conditions today. So all of those guys can be really stoked with that. I know Connor had half an eye on the sub 29:45 minimum entry standard to hopefully get into Zatopek, and he nailed that today. So he should be happy enough with that. He'll obviously not be stoked to get pipped by his good friend Will Little, but that's racing sometimes. And awesome racing across all of those first age categories. We were treated today, Jason.
Kirsten Hall from Don Gregg Racing Stables. So she's our women's leader in the second Timaru Bluestone 10K. So she'll be leading the Masters woman 40 to 44 category out there today, and she's got some company, one of her teammates there, Malcolm Cornelius, who'll be in the 55 to 59 year age group, I think, right next to her. And we saw Ian Calder from Northland in that group too. So that's one of the bigger groups that's formed out on this second race, as we see the athletes making their way out round the course.
So if you're sitting at home seeing this raceway format and thinking, oh, well, that looks pretty fun, or even better, oh, we've got a raceway here in our hometown that would go a real treat for this type of a race, feel free to get in contact with your local athletics club, with your local organising committee, whether that's Athletics Canterbury, Athletics Waikato, Bay of Plenty, whatever it happens to be, because pass the word on. These types of races, again, are very likely the future, and if we can get more of them going, the more the merrier. Let's get it going, because it's the faster you can make a race, often the bigger the incentive for the top athletes to rock out and get these types of fields together. And the more racing we have of high quality fields, the better the sport goes as a whole. So yeah, if you've got a race course in your hometown which you think would go well, let us know.
Yeah, look, it was great to work with the Topol Motorsport Park with the New Zealand Road Relay Champs, and Tony Quinn, the entrepreneur who owns that particular track, also owns the Highland Motorsport Park in Alexandra and Hampton Downs in Auckland. So I'm definitely looking at the possibilities there, and we know that we've got other motor racing venues with the likes of Manfield in Manawatu near Fielding there, and we've got Ruapuna in Christchurch.
Yep.
So yeah, the opportunities are endless. I guess the realities of these events are that, you know, traffic management costs are increasing, and we've got to look after the health and safety of our athletes out there. We've got, a great race forming out here.
So I don't have my
So we had Malcolm Cornelius there, and
there we go.
That's Stefan Bethune, who's right in behind in the Puma shirt.
So Stephen has decided, and now that his shoes are wet enough, I've noticed that he's taking the tightest line out of that whole group. Most of them are choosing to go out and around some of the puddles. He's just sloshing straight through the middle. So he might have just decided, I'm saturated. There's no benefit going to be gained anymore from going any wider. Heading back to Chris Martin. So he's pulled out a good gap right now on Paul Hewitson. So he's chugging along. He's probably about 10, 11 minutes from the finish. Going back to what we were talking about before, by the way, Jason, about those kinds of closed circuit races. I don't know if you've seen, but Red Bull has been doing a couple of events in some other countries where they do a night of racing around go-kart tracks. Have you seen any of that?
I haven't, but I know that you've got your finger on the pulse globally of everything that's happening in the events world, so we'll have a chat.
Yeah, but no, that's what I heard about a race that they were doing in the UK was actually, I think it was a combined, they had both cycling and running races around like a tiny little go-kart course, and they did like a mile around there, which is apparently really fun. So we'll keep our eye on those kinds of events as well, closed circuit, because as you say, road management fees are increasing, and any way we can look to kind of spice things up, the better.
And now Kirsten Hall from DGRS, she's looking really strong I think she's been, a member of some of their women's teams, Masters women's teams that have been successful at New Zealand Road Relay Champs. So she's our leading runner in the second race. She's looking really strong, and she was earlier on track for around a 38 minutes. It'll be interesting to see whether she's holding that pace.
So that 37 to 38 minute kind of line would be enough to easily fit her in the top 10 for the senior women. So pretty impressive because, again...
Oh, Ian Morrison there too, one of our stalwarts of the sport from Athletics Nelson. He's in the 70-plus Masters category. And then we see Sally Gibbs as well, who's the perennial Masters women's global superstar.
So she's set how many world records this year in the women's 60+?
At least one.
At least one. I was able to witness her 5K in Christchurch at the night of 5Ks that was put on back in about March, and it was a pleasure to watch. Absolute treat.
I think she took up running in her early 50s. She was a competitive swimmer prior to that. She'll be trying to avoid swimming out there today.
Maybe that's why she's doing so well today. She's it's the best of both worlds. It's half and half. I think that Ian of Athletics Nelson, I think he wins the award for greatest hat on the day as well. We've got Paddy O from the community race here from Leith Harriers as well.
Although we did see a good visor early on in the day too, didn't we?
We did, from Brett Tingay.
Yeah.
That was, I'm going to steal that later, I think. That's a very, very cool little visor he had on. But unfortunately didn't get to see him. He also promised us some disco glasses. It's a shame I didn't get to see him as much on the live stream as we normally would of someone of Brett's caliber. But that's just the nature of how competitive our fields were today. Brett, a constant force amongst both the Masters and most of the senior men's races in the country.
So over 300 runners and walkers taking part in Timaru Ten today.
Let's hope that the conditions. If you're running today and you're rewatching this, or if you're thinking about coming down and are looking at the event and thinking it looks so much fun, but the weather looks crap. Okay, look,
the first year it's been like this.
It's the first year it's been like this. The last 2 years have been outstanding conditions. So this is a blip. It is not going to be like this next year. I would almost put money on it, almost. But yeah, so next year, come on down, because it is going to be an incredible race every single year that this is held. It's amazing. Even with the weather the way it has been today, I've heard nothing but good things from people as I've been walking around before and post the first race. So it'll be interesting to hear after this one the feedback from people. But yeah, it's been an incredible event despite the conditions, and it's only going to get better. And everyone's going to be excited to chow down on the famous post-race meal put on down here by the organising committee. They do have some pretty tasty pikelets and sandwiches and sweet treats. I can attest. Is that Paul heading through there? Is that Paul Hewitson?
That was Paul Hewitson getting the bell there for the last lap.
So Chris Martin would have gone through probably about 20-30 seconds in front. So those two, it's not unreasonable to think that Paul could pull that back if he's been saving a little bit for this last lap. But I have to admit, Chris has been running so confidently this whole race. He hasn't shied away from the lead once. He's just been constantly plugging away at the front there. We've got Grant Edmondson here from, I believe it's from Run Timaru. He's got his number down in his leg. It took me a while to find it, but my vision's not what it once was when I was a young man.
Yeah, Derek Shaw there from Athletics Nelson. He'll be competing in one of the Masters age categories there. Yeah, look, I'm hearing that running is undergoing somewhat of a renaissance in New Zealand at the moment. Auckland Marathon next weekend, 16,000 people doing that one.
Oof.
You won't be on the start line for that year this year, Cam. But
I will not, unfortunately. I was, though, intending on racing in Queenstown, which is, I believe, the next week or 2 weeks later than that. That was my intention before my unfortunate injury has made me have to just shift plans back. But, yeah, and then Queenstown is always packed. I mean, that thing sells out in hours maybe, because it's such a beautiful race. And I think we're going to see this year even more than last year, the numbers in both Auckland, Queenstown, the Hawke's Bay Marathon, for example, next year as well, early next year. We're going to see numbers like the like of which we've never seen. Because you're right, the renaissance is real, and right now it's just about trying to catch that spark while it's happening.
New Zealand Marathon title up for grabs next weekend too.
Yes, and
got
we've got
a
a great
prediction
field
for that one. We've got for the men and women. You may not know who's competing.
I've got a decent idea. We've got
Catherine Camp making her debut in the women's marathon.
You could look at this one of two ways for the women's of Auckland next weekend, because we've got probably the leading two being Catherine Camp and today's bronze medalist Bridget Dennehy. And you could look at this one of two ways. You could say, okay, so Bridge was running today, probably didn't run as well as she wanted to. Maybe she's maybe that's taken a little bit out of her, and she might be on a slight down foot for Auckland next weekend. But in my eyes, it's probably actually the fact that maybe her focus was Auckland, and this was just a lead-in race. You know, this is just a nice little tune-up for her. And either way, she's a beast. I think that beating Bridge will be difficult. She's already done she's started a marathon before. She's got an idea of what the distance entails, so she's got a healthy level of respect for it. I think that for Catherine to beat her, she'll have to run out of her skin, but Catherine has so many national titles, I can't even count that high. I'm not smart enough to count that high, so it'll be an interesting race between those two. I do think I would still put money on Bridge to come out on top. And then in the senior men's, it's a cracker field. We've got Oscar Baines lining up. We've got Michael Voss lining up. I believe Cam Graves is going off a typical Bridge to Cam Graves a build-up. He apparently was dealing with a little bit of a calf strain or something like that in the last week, but he's been cross-training like a beast, so we'll see. And then Dan Bouchin as well. So the last time Oscar and Bouch competed together in a race, I had the pleasure of being able to pace them at Reboot, and that was one of the greatest domestic marathons we've seen in many a year. So I would say my prediction is probably that we'll see. But then I don't think I've actually mentioned, I was saving this, sorry, Michael Voss. And if Voss is racing, he's shown this year bronze medal capability at National Cross Country Championships, which was an incredibly strong field. So that was last year, sorry. But he's also shown the ability over the Tarawera 50. He's got incredible range. So Voss will be hard to beat. Bouchin always shows up for the big races, and I think he was second in Auckland maybe last year or 2 years ago. Sorry, my brain is failing me a little bit. Oscar's in really, really good form too. So who are we going to see? I would probably put my money on Voss, I think, for the win.
We've got Sam Daly in the community Timaru Bluestones 10k race here. Yeah, look, I live in Rotorua and see Michael Voss out running around Whakarewarewa Forest and around the roads, and he is looking very fit at the moment. He's a natural front runner in most of his racing, whether it be on the track or on the road, so I'm sure Oscar's well aware of that. I think it'll be a cracker of a race. Sarah Masterton in the Masters Women 35 to 39. She's all the way down from Auckland, the Auckland YMCA there. And I saw Chris Marden, I think he's well into his last lap.
Ben Calmer there, he's in the under-20 men's. I believe that's a high school singlet, is it not?
Yeah,
that's that was my. I apologise to the school because I don't know the school, but back when I was at Cashmere High, a shout out to Cash Money Grammar. I always used to see this singlet at the National Secondary Schools champs, and I loved it. But that's just because I like bumblebees, and I thought it looked a little bit like a bumblebee. So that's a big one for me. But all right, here we go. Chris Martin looks like he's coming in. This should be probably the last S bend, so he'll be coming in to finish, probably about 200 meters to go. So he'll be looking at something around about the 35 mid to 36 minute mark probably, which is
Paul Hewitson chasing hard behind. He's probably about 50 metres back, maybe, not even that.
Oh, he's looking behind him. There's Chris. It turned out it worked out okay for Eva, so she could look behind her and still hold off Laura. So
Chris, a member of the
DGRS.
Yeah, won the silver medal at Taupo in the Masters Men 50 plus age group. But Paul Hewitson, he's chasing him down. I don't think he's going to have enough raceway to get to him, but who knows? As we see, the rain is still pretty horizontal out there, and these athletes will be looking forward to getting into one of those hot chocolates or coffees that you've had several of this morning, Cam.
Oh, Jason, you're really exposing me right now. But yeah, no, it's been very nice having. We are situated right beside our little commentary booth is right beside the coffee cart, so I made sure that we were the first customers this morning, and yeah, it's been nice to. We've honestly had the best seat in the house. You can hear
and here
bell.
He comes, Chris Martin. He's coming in with about 100 metres to go. This will be a really solid time for him as a 50 to 54-year-old now, and it's looking like
a
national championship.
People coming into the finish. So here he is coming down now. So don't be confused by the clock that you can see on the course itself saying 96:53. That's obviously run time for the whole day. But down on the bottom we can see around about 37, just over 37 minutes for Chris Martin. Huge run to take out the national title for the Masters 50 plus. Great running, Chris. I also don't want to once we see Andrew come in, Paul come in here at just a hair
Paul
behind.
Hewitson.
Paul Hewitson at 37:21 looks like.
He'll take out the 60 to 64 national title.
I just don't want anyone to think that this is normal either to have this level of production, to have the clock down in the right hand side, which is bang on the clock on the course itself. Most people will be used to races where a clock disappears halfway through, shows up halfway through, or we miss key moments. We really haven't missed a key moment today. It's been awesome. So shout out to the production team, and also occasionally we get a really high quality camera shot that makes me think I'm in some kind of a 4K virtual reality setup.
And huge thanks to Venture Timaru for their vision to bring this event to the screen nationally and globally, wherever you're watching in the world.
Exactly, and those who have organised races understand the cost associated with a good live production. So if you're somebody who's enjoyed watching this, and you'd like to see more of it, and you are in a position to potentially sponsor this type of thing for your local race, I would look into it because it's a great investment as well. Because we get to see stuff like this, and that's good for everybody. And shout out again to our keystone sponsor, Bluestone Timaru, for helping put on this incredible event today.
And don't go away, because we've actually got some more events to come this morning as well. We've got the Front Runner 5-kilometre event. Be interesting to see who's going to show up for that. Maybe someone's doubling down from earlier in the day. Do you think that might be on the cards, Cam?
Gosh, again, braver
One
people.
of the marathoners, perhaps?
Braver people than me would. Yeah, potentially. I don't know. It would take a lot of coffee for me to finish one of these races nice and cold and then warm back up to go again. But there are some people crazy enough to do it.
Yeah, huge thanks to the South Canterbury Car Club for making it possible to have this fantastic event here today too at the Levels Raceway as we see more finishes coming in. And shout out to all of the Athletics Canterbury officials who've braved the elements today to come out and support the athletes and ensure that we can run this event properly. as the clock ticks over 40 minutes and 50 seconds. We see some of our athletes making their way out for their last lap as the bell tones. Got some team results for you today. In the men's under 20 category, we had Run Timaru take out the national club title. And in the under 20 the senior women's event, Whippet's Running Project, have taken that out from Run Timaru. And in the men's, it's also Whippet's Running Project over Fielding Moa, Harriers and University of Canterbury. As we mentioned, we've got teams titles on the line today for the centres and the clubs. And we also have the Masters teams result, national club title going to the Don Gregg Racing Stables from Leith Harriers and Run Timaru. That's in the men's 35 to 49 year age group. So our next event on the program at the Timaru Bluestone 10K, we've got the Kids Mile coming up, Cam, at 9:45. That'll be pretty frenetic out there, I'd say.
The future stars of the sport.
Splash and dash.
Yeah, maybe we'll see the next Sam Tanner running around here, hopefully inspired by seeing undoubtedly one of the country's middle distance heroes out there doing it himself.
And then the front runner 5 kilometre event at 10 a.m. And then we have our walks events over 3 kilometre, 5 kilometres and 10 kilometres at 10:40, which includes the Athletics New Zealand National Championships for under 20s and seniors and masters. And I can see the Spates Ale House event on the schedule at 1 p.m.
Absolutely.
So a great weekend in Timaru. Coming back out to the regions. I can remember some very memorable New Zealand road champs in my time, which is a long time ago. Probably the most memorable going to Westport in the 90s, where we had the pleasure of staying on the banks of the local river there, and I can remember racing on the Saturday, and then the motel owner getting up early and cooking us whitebait fritters for breakfast post Sunday run on Sunday morning. So yeah, these events, getting out to the regions, and that was a quick course around a 2.5k block in Westport. So where else can we take this National 10K champs? Obviously Timaru 10 is a well-proven event here, and people will continue to come back and support this event, and long may that continue. Any other ideas, Cam?
Well, again, if we're sticking with the incorporation of the event into an existing private event, which I think is a great idea, then I hope that Timaru's incredible race they put on today kind of raises the bar for everybody and encourages everyone to bring it up to match. Whether that's again a race in one of the further regions, whether that's one of the events incorporated into one of like the marathons, the major marathons, that a lot of them have a 10K part of it. I think that incorporating into one of those could be a great future as well, whether that's Auckland Marathon, Wellington Marathon, or even, and this is a little bit of a hot take for me, but I don't think that the National Road Championships should be 10K, and I don't mean that it shouldn't be 10K. I just don't think we should be limiting ourselves to specifically a 10K race. I think that a range, anything from kind of 7K up to 12, is fine, and I think that it should just be road championships and that way, intriguing, unique point-to-points races, things like round the bays, things that don't have necessarily bang on 10K. People don't necessarily need to run that, especially if it's the New Zealand Championships. It's racing. If you want to get your split or get your average time, then you can do that too. But incorporating it into a standalone event like Round the Bays, I think would be awesome. I know they've got they've got a new Round the Bays coming to Christchurch next year, which is mostly a fun run. But those kinds of events stand there as a blueprint for the incorporation of these kinds of races. Timaru Ten is great because it's a 10K specifically, but it doesn't need to be 10.
We've definitely got the flexibility within the regulations currently to do that. I'm not sure under 10 kilometres, but definitely for 11 kilometres, 12 kilometres. We actually used to have a national 10-mile race, I think was 16K back in my day. Got to make mention of Ian Morrison. We saw him earlier on. He's in the 70-plus age category, and he had that legendary bucket hat cam. I think that's going to trend potentially this summer.
Yep.
Have you got one?
I do.
We're waiting for Ian to come in.
I'm going to have another one by the end of the day.
I think you had one on at Rhythm and Alps. I do recall.
Oh, God, I wish I was at Rhythm and Alps. Gosh, other people party, not me. I've never partied in my life, Jason. Oh, there we go. We've got
Paul Dominikovic. He's just come back in. We got him a hot chocolate earlier.
He's showing us a whole
hands are looking a little warmer. We've got put a big shout out to our rickshaw Ronnies today who are driving the bikes. That was definitely a great innovation for the event. They're all covered up with cameras underneath.
And the rickshaw riders...
Cyclists braved it.
Yeah, they'll go unthanked, but... well, they won't go unthanked because we're going to thank them now, but it's a thankless job in a way because you don't see the rickshaw running drivers because they're literally behind the camera, but they're the ones who are braving the conditions more than anyone else. They don't get any respite. Other people can dive under the cover here that you see every once in a while, or the camera operators themselves under a little cover thing, but the drivers, good on you, or the riders, should I say.
Yeah, look, I've got big admiration for everybody out there today, and I'm really curious to know how many people have run PBs. If we go back to that reboot marathon that you mentioned that you paced Oscar for in the middle of COVID, and I think that day we had something like 90% of people run a lifetime best or a personal best, and that was on a fast course. And yeah, this is the circuit to run a PB. Obviously, we would have liked more favourable conditions today for this, but we're a resilient running community, and you just get out there and do it and what you're served up. And I'm sure there's been a lot of PBs out there today. We've seen them across both the first races.
Well, if there's anyone that I can guarantee will do some stats like that, it's Craig Motley. So Craig will be looking for...
He'll be producing
some stats, and he'll probably bend them a little bit. So he'll go, you know what, 120% of runners here ran PBs. And you'll say, Craig, that's not a stat that can exist. And he'll say, let the facts get in the way of a good marketing strategy. But no, there will be a ton of PBs despite the conditions today. And that's just the nature of the course. And it's probably the fastest course people have ever run on. So it's great. We just want to take a chance to thank another few of our sponsors today. Action Bicycle Club of Christchurch. Huge thank you to them. Kaya Corporal. Vibrant NZ as well. So thank you to all of their support.
Yeah, Paul Dominikovic. who's, a real pioneer of eventing in the secondary school space here. I remember doing some live stream commentary for the New Zealand secondary schools cross-country champs, which were at Ashbury Park here in Timaru. And
that was
2018 or something like that.
Oh, maybe it was. Oh, since then. I thought you were talking about when I was a year 10.
It was one of the best New Zealand secondary schools cross-countries I've been to. It was a couple of years maybe after we hosted it in Rotorua, and I think Craig worked with Paul on that event. And wow, that was fantastic. We saw some great racing that day. Kirsty Ray taking out the senior girls, I think it was, and Liam Back, the senior boys. But yeah, I'm just thinking broadly about this racetrack, and Timaru is a fantastic place to train. They've got a brand new all-weather track. Plenty of great places to train. Could this be a training camp venue in the future for you, Cam, potentially?
It could.
Come out to the raceway and do some sessions while you're doing a training block?
Hopefully not while the cars are going, but yeah, absolutely. I've got some friends who live in Timaru, which is great. So we actually have a really good training group in Christchurch. And I'm very, very lucky to have all of them, and we're all lucky to have each other. And we've done a few little training camps away together, which is great, often down to Twizel sometimes, or Tekapo, to do some stuff. But maybe Timaru will have to join the short list of places. It's definitely got all the appeal.
Some famous alumni, Craig Kirkwood, who went to Mountain View High School, I believe. So he's hails out of this region, one of our leading middle and distance coaches in New Zealand, coach to Sam Tanner and Hayden Wild. So I'm not sure whether he would have run around this track, but before we weren't doing racing back in those days. And I better correct myself, I don't think he did go to Mountain View College. I think he was a Timaru Boys High School guy.
No.
I think we're going to take a short break here. Thanks for your attention to the live stream this morning. We'll be coming back for the Kids Mile in about
15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Yeah. So we'll see you guys then. Thank you very much for tuning in. See you in a bit.
Are we doing some interviews? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll go try and find them.
55 minutes and my goal was for under an hour. So I am well stoked. Yay!
Wasn't too hard in the rain?
No, actually I prefer that to wind and the sun. The wind is brutal, so the rain is actually really refreshing. More air in your lungs, I think. Thank you.
Well done. All good. There's a heap of food inside if you want to go and fill your boots now that you've done your day.
If coffee's going up with a cappuccino, possible. Yes, please.
G'day people, I'm here with the winner of the second race in the Timaru Bluestone 10K, and he's the newly anointed national champion for the 50 to 54 year age group. It's Chris Mad Dog Martin, can I call you that?
You can call
from
me.
Don Gregg Racing Stables. How was it out there for you today?
Yeah, good, thanks, Jason. Always nice to get out and run. The older we get, you just got to keep doing it.
We used to be teammates back probably 20, 30 years ago, and you're still doing it. So what attracted you to this race today?
You've just got to do it. It's national champs, it's somewhere new, and it's a nice course. On a good day, this would have been a fantastic race.
And are you happy with your time of about 37 minutes and 30 seconds? Pretty good for a 54-year-old or thereabouts?
The only problem with that is 2 years ago when I was 52, it was 34 flat. So age is a wonderful thing.
Well, I congratulate you. The conditions are not ideal, but how good is it to have 300 plus runners and walkers out here supporting a regional event?
Fabulous. And look, in terms of a course, it's about as good a running course as you could get. A really good course for times.
Well, congratulations on getting another gold medal in your collection.
Yeah, thanks, Jason.
Who's live?
Awesome. I don't know.
You're right, I'll go into that way.
Thanks, Justin. You still in the hot thing? It's quite nice, isn't it? Pointing start finish. go that way. It was mine, I just took it. So. Yeah, not too bad. Camera's getting down a bit, but it's really weird. The screen shows that it's one bar. I think they're doing a bit on one bar, don't they? Or do you want me to change it out?
Around here. I'll get one as well, eh? Move those points to it. You got it? Oh, no, I'll get it. Alright, who's going to take what? Where do you want to go? It's up the road. You're filming this, eh? You don't have the other radio, Tristan. We'll just have to communicate with this, eh? I just got it out of the way. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Timaru Ten live stream. What has just started is the kids' splash and dash mile run. So we've got kids in this as old as, I believe, 14 or 15 years old, and potentially some future mile champions in the senior ranks making their first foray into competition here today in Timaru. If you're just joining us, welcome. It is a beautiful, beautiful Timaru day. Cold and raining, but thankfully the vibes are high and the energy is hot. So we've had some great racing already with our championships for, well, the New Zealand Championships, should I say, being incorporated here into the Timaru 10 for our junior, senior and masters categories. And William Little and Eva Pringle, both of the Whippets Running Project, took out the men's and the women's races respectively. Will defending his title from last year, and Eva springing a bit of a surprise on the previous favourites of Laura Nagel and Bridget Dennehy to take out her second national title of the year behind her steeplechase title earlier in March. I'll keep you up to date with the kids' results as I get my bearings with it. The course is quite puddly, as you can see. You may see some kids choosing to go a little bit wider around the corners than they ordinarily would, and that's because I've heard from a lot of the seniors that it was ankle deep in some places. But for the mile, probably worth that that tight corner, that going for that apex, considering the distance of the race. So again, if this is the first race you're seeing of the day, what the kids have just done right now is they've just headed up the main straight of the course, which apparently has a bit of a tailwind right now, which is great. So that's the right direction that we want the wind to go. It's not the exact course you see up in your left-hand corner, because that is the 10K circuit. So the 10K circuit is a little bit longer than that. Than the mile that the kids are doing, so they're doing a short lap right now. So they start and finish in the same place, but they've only got a little bit to go now, a few hundred meters. I do want to apologise to any parents watching right now if I'm not naming your children by name. I currently have some technical difficulties where I can't access my my start list. We've got run number 802. Looks like potentially South Canterbury, coming into probably coming into finish relatively soon. He's been leading from start to finish. You can see he's starting to rock and roll, head bobbing a little bit, but he's holding his form well.
This is good, Tristan.
And you can see behind, people are starting their kicks now, only 100 or 200 meters to go now. So some of our younger ones coming around off the back straight. And this may be some of their first forays into kind of competitive competition, which is great to see. Oh, God, he's overtaking the rickshaw. So out of the camera, but that's good. That's what we want to see. We want to see that speed. He'll be coming into finish in just a second. And crossing the line about 5:47, 5:48 for the mile. And thankfully we've got a nice little, to slow them down, we've put a little water feature in there. So I actually don't have the start list, unfortunately, for the kids racing right now. We only have the Athletics New Zealand Championship start list, unfortunately, in front of us. So I do apologise to parents of kids for not naming their names, but amazing effort here from all of them coming in. So coming in under around about 6:30 or under for the mile, which is an amazing run in these conditions especially. So kids, if you're watching this back, reach for the stars. Just like that young girl there. You can imagine it would be a little bit quicker on a day where the conditions aren't as treacherous. And that looks like our top young girls coming in now at under 7 minutes for the mile, which is great, even with a jacket half on, half off. Impressive work. Amazing running from all Splash and Dash milers today. With the event only growing year to year. I'm expecting to see all of these kids and more probably back next year. Oh my gosh, that's a kick. Look at that kick. Oh, maybe timed it a little bit too soon. Realized and backed off. Want to take the opportunity again to thank some of our key sponsors, Timaru Bluestone, Vibrant NZ, who are providing helping provide the coverage that you're watching today, which is awesome. Also Venture Timaru, great supporters of the event. Awesome finish from everybody here. Wow. It is inspirational watching. As much as it's great to watch our senior men's and women's come in, it's as much, if not more, inspirational to watch the kids coming in, completing their mile. That's a marathon when you're only 3 feet tall. And super impressive to learn how to pace yourself for the first time. Well done, kids. This is where it all starts. It's all downhill from here, which is either a good thing or a bad thing, depending on your point of view. So we're going to take a short break now. We'll be back in a few minutes' time for the 5K run. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a little bit. Thank you.
10:23. We're aiming for 10:30. We did it.
You done it well.
And I turned that off after that one.
I might be mistaken, but it looks like there's a couple of people that are starting another race maybe.
Hey, Ine. Well done. Nice work. Tristan.
Thank you very much.
You are brave.
What's your name?
Luke.
Luke. Thank you, Luke.
Hey, it's never easy to get the stitch. You did so well. Well done. Well done. Yeah, let's go.
I'm stationary. Yeah, on Walnut, I can also push in as they're coming towards me, and if you take the shot, you take the shot. Okay, all good. I can push you if you're coming towards me, and if you take it, you take it. Okay.
So how's the day been for you?
Welcome back to the Timaru Ten live coverage. We're only a couple of minutes away from the start of the 5K race, and our field is currently sardining under the only cover near the start line. Unfortunately, the temperature is dropping, not getting warmer as the day goes on. So this is our last race of the day, other than the walkers, and they're heading out to the start line now. They're a little bit chilly, so it might take them a few hundred meters, maybe a K or two to warm up. And as you can see, that start banner is swaying a lot more in the wind now than it was in our earlier races. So the wind has picked up as well. Thank you to our officials. See them down there who've been standing out in the rain and the cold all day to put on this amazing event for everybody. Everyone wave back to John Gamblin. So the Front Runner 5K, so thank you to the Front Runner for putting on this awesome event, for supporting it. One of the best specialty run stores you'll find in the country. And here they go. You can see everyone here from Run Timaru. Singlets on the left, some beautiful form there. And then we've got some bumblebees in the background. That's funny, I was talking about bumblebees in the last race, so they must have heard me and got those outfits just for me. Thank you guys, very kind. So I'll keep you up to date as best as I can with what's going on here in the race, but it looks like Run Timaru with a large contingent out here competing in the 5K. Some people will be using this 5K as kind of a step up towards the 10K in the future. For some, this might be a step up from recent mile races, 1500 races they've been doing. So it's a real mixed bag here. We've got looks like we've got parents with strollers as well, which is amazing. I want to take the opportunity really quickly, actually, just to highlight seeing strollers out. There are records that people set for races with strollers. One of which was set by the late great Dougal Thornburn of Wellington Scottish, and just wanted to highlight his life and legacy that he's left on the sport really quickly here on the broadcast. He set the world record for, I believe, the 10K while pushing a stroller about a decade or so ago now. And I personally am unsure whether that record still stands, but great to see people out celebrating that that form of the sport. So thank you all. Actually, Bumblebees out, Timaru guys. So, in addition to 3 Timaru runners who are looking like they're having far too fun of a time to be running a 5K, to be honest with you, which is great. Don't get me wrong. We've also got a young runner from Invercargill out there. He's working hard. So he's got some kind of pace that he's trying to stick to, so good for him. And I just want to highlight some of our results from our Masters racing. So, I've just been given a couple of sheets of paper now. So for our women's 50 to 64 category, in third place we had Julia Burgess of Run Timaru, who ran a 53.03, and then we had a pretty close race in our women's 50 to 64. Second place was Judith Ireland of Run Timaru as well, who ran 47.35, and only within 30 seconds of her ahead was Wendy Richards, the national champion from Christchurch. So, and the team results here, the Run Timaru were able to register a team score by placing second, third, and fourth in the women's 50 to 64 category. So well done to Run Timaru. In the men's 65 plus, I've just been given the results for that too. We had a big field for the men's 65 plus. Eight members in that race, and a huge showing from Athletics Nelson. Athletics Nelson were able to take the title with a total of 12 after placing 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 8th in this race. For an average time, by the way, of 45.32, which is bloody impressive. The top 3 individually went to 71-year-old Graham Lear of Athletics Nelson. He ran 44.28. Athletics Whangare's Ian Calder, who we mentioned on the broadcast a couple of times. He ran 39.52, so just sneaking up to that 40-minute barrier at 67 years of age. And Peter Richards of Christchurch Avon was first at age 65, and he ran 39.43, so only 9 seconds ahead of Ian Calder. So again, tight racing across the board, which is fantastic. Shout out to Christchurch Avon, that's my alma mater, my original club as a junior, so great to see representation there at the highest level of the sport still. So we've just passed the 5-minute mark for our looks like our junior men here in the Run Timaru 5K, the front runner 5K. So they're probably soon approaching kind of the 1/3 distance. Again, it looks like they're having a good yarn while they're doing it. So whether this is an out-and-out race or potentially a workout that they're doing together, Not sure. I would probably hazard a guess at a workout, some kind of threshold work that they're doing, but I have been wrong many, many times, more than I'd care to admit. And our Invercargill youngster is still hanging on there. If he can tuck in behind those three, he'll get a little bit of shelter from these worsening conditions out here. And he's been working hard from the start, so he deserves a little bit of a break from that, from those conditions. So Run Timaru boys, I've just received a little bit of info, trying to remember, but I know definitely the first names of our boys. We've got Calum, Wilf, I believe it was Ben. Maybe again, I may be wrong. I'm getting info passed to me by word of mouth. But these boys are all kind of top 10 for that age group in the country, which is awesome to see them coming out to support the local event, making it the way that the high quality event that it is. Just so everyone knows, after this, we'll have our walks, and our walks are the national championships. So we'll be getting some expertise in there as well. So I may be stepping away from the commentary for a little bit during that, so we can get some walking experts who can provide a little bit more technical expertise than the likes of myself. So that's to look forward to. So boys are coming in now for getting their bell. One more lap. One of our pram pushers on there as well. It's oh, that's smart. He's got the race number on the pram itself. That's the way to do it. Oh, waves there from our Timaru runners. Now they're braving the rain. Fantastic to see such an investment from the community out here at Timaru Ten, sponsored by Timaru Bluestone.
Alright, just hold up. Hold up. Running the quite all year behind them, doing quite that.
Got some of our leading women for the 5K, Run Timaru, out here. So you can see the rain coming down in shots like this. Thankfully, it's more vertical than horizontal right now, which is great, but it still makes it tough conditions for all these athletes out here today. That hasn't been enough to slow down the legs or the hearts of our athletes today. They've been giving their absolute all, despite all the conditions. I've heard from the winner of the senior men's, Will Little. He's already burned through all of his sets of dry clothes because he was just so excited to get back out and run the course again after he'd finished. Seeing any of the races today, anything from our senior men's and women's racing down to the kids splash and dash 1 mile has inspired you to get involved with athletics, then head down to your local athletics club. Have a look online. There'll be a ton of them near you, or even looking into some of the newer free run clubs that are going around all over social media. You'll see them. There's tons of them. They're never shy about posting content. And get involved in local racing. Your local park run even on Saturdays. There's almost every town in the country, if not every town, has a little park run going on, 5K. Go out, test yourself. It's a great way to keep yourself fit, keep yourself involved, and it's super social these days. Not that it's any less competitive, it's just that there's so many more people out that it's a great place to meet people and just all around have a great time. So get out there, get running. It's awesome most of the time, almost all of the time. And here come the boys. Looks like the competition's heating up. They'll have about 2-3 minutes left or so in this race, maybe a little bit longer. I'll go out and get an interview with the eventual winner. It looks like potentially the start was being run as more of a workout, but if I had money on it, I would say that they're instructed to run the first few K has some kind of a tempo or threshold effort, and then in the last kind of K or so, they've been instructed they can wind it up and see who's potentially got the leg speed. Oh no, our bumblebees have lost their wings a little bit. Well, they've got a little bit wet, so that's fair enough. But hopefully they bring it all in home strong. They definitely won the hearts of everyone here as best dressed on the day. Oh, nope, they heard me and they're off again. Again, great support from the Timaru community. See lots of blue and gold singlets out here, whether that's the original Run Timaru, or the original Timaru Athletics Club, blue and gold, or the new Runner Timaru.
dark blue and golds. They all look great. Got our push chair going around. Those wheels are going. Fastest wheeled thing around here in a while. Those race cars have nothing on them. And not only do we have the bumblebees, but special shout needs to go to our butler on the right, who I've heard that those glasses aren't even glued down. She's just doing that. She's just holding those on, which is impressive. Oh, here go the boys. Okay, it's picking up now. You can tell that they've picked it up. You can see the leg speed going. Beautiful form from both of them, honestly. Here we go. It's winding up. Who is going to have the prestige of the winner of the Timaru Ten Frontrunner 5K added to their resume? Probably only got about 100 meters to go if I recognize this part of the course correctly. Looks like they're coming into the home straight soon. Here they come. They've picked it up. There's definitely not going to be any cruising in together, I don't think, here.
The winners have just passed the bumblebee. Alright, go past that.
We've got a little bit of glancing back and forth. About 100 meters to go now. 150 meters to go, maybe. And they've risen. Oh, here they go. This is the finish. And just around 1750 for that, which was definitely a slower beginning than they could have done. So awesome finishing. I'm going to go out and get an interview with the winner. But sure, stay tuned. We're going to be back here with the National Racewalk Championships very, very soon. Thank you, and buzz buzz.
That was good, bro. Go warm up. I'll lock off.
Hey, Ben.
Yo.
You all good? Are you live?
No, I'm not live. Don't think so.
Don't think so. You're good?
Yeah. Good, right. You're real good. How are you?
You're not too bad, bro. It's pretty hectic out here.
Yeah, right. It's crazy. It's been too late. Like, I've been in here all morning, right? It's actually unreal, like, just like following people, like, filming and stuff. So.
That's so cool, though.
Yeah, it's been real fun, actually.
Do you want any more food or anything?
I won't say no, but I don't know how much longer I'll be here because I might be in the club room soon.
Oh, okay. There's plenty of food in there.
Yeah, cool. I'll probably just wait in that case.
Cool. There's only a couple more races, isn't there?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think there's maybe. I don't know if they're doing two at the same time right now. I think.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's probably the best thing to do.
So there's probably not too many more to go, which would be good. Yeah. How are you?
Yeah, good, bro. Yeah, really well.
That's good.
Yeah, it's pretty fun actually just doing all this. You know, not being a part of the race, but being part of the organisation of it. It's different.
Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Timaru Ten. We're out here with Billy and Calum. So, boys, you guys were first two in the 5K. Now, from my angle, it was tough for me to see who ended up getting it in the sprint between you two.
Caleb. Oh, I don't know about that.
Let's ask the crowd. Who ended up getting the win, guys? Oh, dead heat. That's very political. All right. Now, boys, it looked to me like you guys were kind of cruising at the start, getting into some kind of a workout before picking it up at the end. What was the plan out there today?
Go out at 3:30 because the weather was horrible.
Gotcha.
Yeah, probably just 3:30 because of the weather.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You guys look like you were having a good old time out there, and you were with your teammate over there as well. Mate, well done. You feeling okay? Fantastic. All right, now, so what is up for you guys next? What are you guys all still obviously at high school?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's next for you guys?
Nationals.
Nationals?
National athletics.
Fantastic. And what are your focus events?
3,000.
3,000.
Year 3 and 15.
3 and 15.
Yeah.
And what age group are you guys right now?
Seniors.
Seniors.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So I've heard that Craig was talking you guys, singing your praises while we were over there. So amazing for you guys to come out and get out there today. So what are your guys' hopes for the national championships? Obviously, it's only in a couple of months. Training seems like it's going well though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's good. Well, you guys did such a great job out there today in tough conditions. Did you have anything you wanted to say about the course? How was the course out there today in the rain?
It was quite tough. There was some puddles, but it's really nice running on the track.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's quite nice running on a racetrack and stuff. So. Yeah.
Well, you guys put on an absolute treat of a race between the two guys today and all of you guys today. So well done for getting out after it today. Good luck for the rest of the season, especially at Nationals. I know it'll be big for you guys. And nice to meet you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm at 11 now, so I can't look how can anymore. Yeah. I'm gonna have to put an ND filter on if I want to get any darker.
all good. I'm actually okay to be in here for longer for them as well. I'm comfortable. There's still some more coming.
You want some more food, bro? Do you want food? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the pit entry, just go to the longest pit entry and you should be okay. Because it's the turnaround point before. You'll see the cones anyway. So. Are you okay getting camera down from there on your own? Safely? Yeah, just be careful. Make out the docker, I might use some of your photos of that. I think that looks like all the runners are finished here. Yeah, I can hear you. Great. Roger. This camera's live, by the way. This camera's live. You good? You better move fast, they're about to go. They're about to bring them out now. Comms open. Kristen, your comms are on.
Down to that camera. Down to that turnaround, those cones. Do that. It'll be, yeah, it'll be. Yeah. Over it now.
This waterproof tag. And two, yeah. My shoes are waterproof, but they ain't holding out. Well, not that bad considering the weather is pretty bad. My interview's got to go. A couple of people blew out, but then pulled out. One girl, she was waiting to
Oh no, I mean like didn't show at all.
I think the turnout's been pretty good.
Yeah.
And everyone's been quite positive.
I think it's got to be worth throwing. It's probably just put on hold.
Yeah. That was harder for me at the beginning because I had to like sleep everything up and down, and I couldn't keep it safe. That was just too hard. My mic fell off in the rain. Then I got help with normally if it's dry I can put that, carry that on my shoulder. But when it's wet you can't get the handle, and so then you're trying to carry the camera in an awkward position. Sorry, the official magic move. Even though I was right.
Welcome back to the Timaru Bluestone, Timaru 10. We're on to the walks section of our program now. And I've got Nathan Kropp, who's a established Athletics New Zealand official and a bit of a walks expert with me here for this one. So Nathan, who have we got out there today as they get underway?
Well, I think you are very kind calling me a established walks expert, but I'm just the father of a walker. But they've got a good group of walkers out there, leading walkers across New Zealand. So we got Lucas Martin, who, along with Alex, be competing for the senior men's title. Laura and Annika, both New Zealand representatives as well. They'll be competing for the senior women's, and then your under 20s will be pretty competitive. You've got Jonah Kropp, obviously Toby O'Rourke, and you've got Richie Trathen, and you've got just those two in the under 20s, I think it is, without a sheet in front of me, and then you've got a 2 or 3 boys in the under 18s as well doing the 5 kilometre, and some girls in the 5 kilometre as well, and then some in juniors under 16s in the 3 kilometre race out there today.
As we see them making their way back towards the finish, on their first lap there. And we've got Jonah, who's gone straight to the lead, represents the Sumner Club in Christchurch. So now Jonah's PB is around 43 minutes, is it?
43.45 for the, about just over 43.45 for the 10K road, just slightly under that for the track event.
And Laura Langley there from the North Canterbury Club, so she's leading the women's right out of the blocks.
Yeah, so this is a different course to what everybody's been racing today. They've been pretty much doing the whole track and doing a lap around the whole racetrack, whereas the walkers are on a 1 kilometre loop. So 500 out, 500 back, and then back across the finishing line. So Jonah's gone out pretty hard here. His time is best time. Still early in the season for all of these walkers. He's just come back from World Under 20s, of course, in Peru in August and September. But just taking some time off, and they're all sort of entering the start of season. So heavy workloads for a lot of these walkers out there, but not really the ideal time of season for super fast times, and obviously not fantastic conditions for super fast times, but they're all pretty established what they do. They all get on pretty well. It's a nice tight group, the walkers, like a lot of the runners as well. But
so Jonah's been over at the recent Under 20 World Track and Field Championships in Lima.
Yes.
And so you mentioned earlier in the day that he hasn't been doing a lot. He's sort of had a bit of a break, so he's just getting back into it now, adjusting to some heavier training again.
That's it. He picked up a slight injury in the competition. He got clipped by one of the other athletes, which happens when you're running in a pack, or walking in a pack, or competing in a pack, and rolled his ankle, and it was about survival from then on and making sure he finished. So he took him a good week or two to get over that ankle injury, and now it's just heavy Ks every week. Not much sprint training except for on a Wednesday with the broader group, but so just getting in there. But I suppose it's coming into that point of the season where they just need to start peaking for separate events anyway. He's obviously in university now, but a lot of these kids will be gearing up just over about 5 weeks' time for New Zealand secondary schools back down here in Timaru.
Yeah, awesome. And we saw Annika Nelson there, who is Australian domiciled, is she?
Lives in Melbourne.
In Melbourne,
yep.
yeah.
She's actually, in April, after the World Teams race walking champs, she spent I think 2 to 3 months training and competing through Europe, based in Ireland. So it was fantastic for her, great experience. But yep, she comes over for the key events here, but based in Melbourne.
Yeah, and her dad, I remember very well, Scott, who was one of our top male walkers back in the 90s, I'm going to say. I think he competed at the Commonwealth Games in 1990 in Auckland.
I think he didn't.
Good buddy of mine. And as we see Jonah go through probably about a K plus in.
Yep, about 4:25. Yep. So he's on for about 43 pace, which his coach, Rosie Robinson, would have wanted him to do.
Yeah.
I suppose the tendency on a day like today is just to sit back and see how it goes for the first 5K and then decide whether you're going to have a crack or not. But as you know, you can't catch time up at the end if you've lost it at the front end of the race. So he's out there pushing hard like he does, like all these athletes do most races now. And looked like he might have a go at about 43 minutes or so, which would be a great time.
Yeah, and we can see that the conditions have improved somewhat from earlier this morning. So the rain's a lot lighter now. And yeah, it's been pretty calm out here at Levels Raceway in Timaru. And these athletes are, you know, going to be chasing PBs irrespective of the weather.
That's it. Yep, that 1018 there is Ari Bennett from up around Palmerston Way, Palmerston North Way in the North Island. His father used to race motorcars and said his best time around here was about 1:09, so he challenged Ari to do about the same thing, but he may be struggling in the wet.
And for the uninitiated, because there will be people tuning into this live stream brought to you by Venture Timaru today, who will have never seen race walking happen live. In this sort of situation. So can you run me through, Nathan, just what's required in terms of technically what they need to do to stay within the rules, and a little bit more about the course as well, because I understand it's 500 metres out and back.
Mm-hmm.
So what do they need to be doing to stay legal in this event?
Two things. One is they have to have some form of contact with the ground at all times. So even if it's the tip of their tippy toe on the front of their shoe, it has to be in contact to the naked eye. So you, if we slowed it down, and you know, when you see the very fast Olympic walkers and Commonwealth walkers, the ones at the top of their game, if you slowed it down and you took some slow motion footage and a photo, you might see it in the air. But you've got to remember that there's 4 to 5 judges, and you can see them out there at the moment, and they're looking at it as the naked eye. So it's the faster the foot movement, the harder the pick that is. But these judges are very well trained. So they've always got to have a point of contact, and the front leg at the point of contact always has to remain locked. And that's really about it. You'll see all different sorts of styles. Jonah's got a pretty relaxed style. Toby, they all have different styles. You can see Alex back there nice and loose with his arms. There's Lucas Martin, who will be challenging for the senior men's title here at 1016. He has his own distinctive walking style, like a lot of them do. You know, Toby at 1014 from Athletics Taranaki swings from his shoulders a little bit, as does Richie Trathen there, 1017. All sorts of different styles when you watch them, but they all have to keep those two key things in mind, point of contact and straight front leg.
Yeah, great. And yeah, look, it's a major event on the World Athletics calendar. So we see it in the World Championships and the Olympic Games. So we have what distances there now? So we did have a 50-kilometre walk, but I think that was stopped after, I'm going to say Tokyo.
It was.
But we have a 20K and
a teams race walking
championship as well,
which is at marathon distance of 42.196 kilometres, I think it is, off the top of my head there. So they'll and it's always the same order: male, female. So the first leg's a little bit longer, and the last female leg's a little bit longer by about 100 metres or so. And that was, if you saw any footage of the event over there in Paris this year, with the great stuff in the background and the Arc de Triomphe and the Eiffel Tower and that there, it was just massive crowds, and they're really getting into it as well. But the teams championship went down fantastically. They're very well supported.
So I know with the runners, these turns would be probably considered to be a little bit rhythm breaking. how's it for the race walkers? It's sort of a standard thing with walk courses to be having these turns at each end, and they just train to round those turns and stay on the deck.
They do. Typically, the race walkers, they'll do two different types of events. They'll do a track event, a road event like this, sorry, where it'll be on a 1 kilometre or a 2 kilometre loop. Preferably, they don't want it to be just a straight 180-degree swing, because that'll really upset their rhythm around the corner, and then you run risk of not having a straight front leg, and particularly if there's a judge position there, it becomes particularly different. But you see they've got a gentle sort of arc around there. Maybe a little bit bigger would have been ideal, but that's not too bad. The other type of event these athletes do would be on the track. So the standard athletics 400-metre track, where you're always turning left like the NASCAR races.
Yeah, and looking at some of these, the depth of this field, it looks like, some good numbers participating in this inaugural 10K.
Yeah, there is. There's Catherine from Taranaki, so she'll be going for I think she's walking Masters today, so she's come down for this event. And we've got a lot of juniors coming through, so particularly in the young women, the young ladies walking there. So I'm just trying to pick who that one there is without a sheet in front of me. Oh, there's Valentina, sorry. So she's from North Canterbury, and there's some young walkers around. If when you go to the Colgate Games, which are happening in January, both in the North Island and whereas Christchurch this year for the South Island, they'll have big fields of walkers, which is fantastic. Some of them doing it maybe for the first or second time, but a lot of experienced walkers like these young walkers out here. But there's a good group of them coming through, which is fantastic. So Jonah, for instance, he's only 19. Toby's 18. So in that under 20 age group, there's a few of them coming through. Richie, Ari, and the boys. You've got Lucas, who's only just 21 now, and Alex is only a couple of years older than that. So when you look at it in terms of a span of age and the walkers in New Zealand, it's pretty young. There's the last, I suppose, well-known walker here in New Zealand was Quinton Root. Did I think 4, 5 Olympics, very well respected. And then obviously Alana Barber as well would be, both of them retired now from walking, I think, without saying too much, I suppose, without putting words into their mouth, but effectively not competing anymore. But between them and these guys here, there wasn't much in terms. It was Rosie Robinson, Laura would be 26, 27 now. So the majority of walkers here are young, which is not a bad thing. So.
And our walking heritage, it goes way back. So about 68 years ago, I think Norman Reed in 1956, was it?
Yes, it was. Melbourne.
Won a gold medal in Melbourne. And like that sport has continued to evolve. And I can remember guys like Graham Seater and Murray Day and Anne Judkins, prominent walkers in the 80s and the 90s, Shane Donnelly, and then Craig Barrett's exploits as a race walker, and who could forget that infamous Kuala Lumpur, I think it was 1998, the Commonwealth Games, where he was leading the 50-kilometre walk until some heat exhaustion and dehydration took over. So, yeah, we've got a proud heritage in race walking, and it's just really encouraging to see the participation numbers in this today, and a lot of them are younger walkers.
Yeah, they are, and they see some opportunity there. Some of them have moved across from middle distance running, longer distance running. Others have that's what they fell into, and they've just enjoyed it, taken it up. They're a good, tight community. They look after each other. They support each other. They're obviously competing against each other and all want to do well and beat each other, but great camaraderie in the group of them. So here's Arnica here, out on her own. I haven't got a time in front of me, but walking well by the look of it.
Yeah, I think they've been going about 15 minutes or thereabouts.
Yep, so she'll be aiming, I think, ideally for something around 50 minutes, maybe a little bit quicker than that.
Would that be around her PB or?
I think so. I don't know if Scott's listening over in Australia. If he's watching Hanukkah racing, he might be able to send us a message and let us know. But off the top of my head, I don't know. Ari there with young Alyssa from the Selwyn Club up in Christchurch. So she'll be doing a 5 kilometre as well, I think. So will Ari as under 18s. So Ari's just been on holiday, and I just saw his dad out there being on holidays through Singapore. So I think he's come off a little bit limited training stretch. I think his dad was trying to get him on the singers and the spring rolls over there, but Ari's too smart for that. But he's out there working hard. A little bit inclement weather for him, a little bit different from home. The Ashurst Athletics Club, and there's Alyssa working well there, catching up to him.
So both these athletes would still be at secondary school?
Absolutely, yep. I think this might be Ari's last year, and Alyssa will only be in year 10 or 11, so she's got, she'll still be walking in the junior women's at 2K this year.
Yeah, it's fantastic to have this coverage of our premier race walkers in New Zealand, brought to you today by Venture Timaru. And it's been a action-packed day so far with the National Championship events earlier in the day, and the walkers are kind of bringing the curtain down on this Timaru Ten event for 2024.
Yeah, so it's still pretty wet out there and it's raining, but being a racetrack, there's not too many areas of puddles, and the wind's died down, which is the key thing. Wind was a little bit miserable before, and that's no fun for any athlete out there.
And how does it work, Nathan, with you're obviously wanting to go as fast as you can and kind of, push the limits of what you're personally capable of. So if you're sort of, pushing that red line a bit, how does it work with the judging, and do you have any, what latitude is provided for the walkers before they, might incur a penalty or a warning or whatever? How does that work for the person who's tuning in today, seeing walking for the first time?
Well, you might see around the track there, and there's one of them that Joan is just walking past. That's Rosie Robinson. That's one of the judges out there. So there'll be somewhere between 4 to 6 umpires out there, and they're looking for those that technique to make sure it's nice and clean, and make sure that they've got a point of contact at all times, and also to make sure that the front leg's bent. If they have 2 types of, they have yellow cards, one of them
yellow
for,
bat.
yeah, that's it. And you might see some of them walk out there and show the paddle to the umpire to show to the athlete. If they think it's just a warning card to say, look, you might just want to tidy yourself up here a little bit. That's something to be wary of. So for a bent knee, or if it's a loss of contact, they'll get 2 different cards. And they go out there and show them that. If they think it's then to the point of beyond warning, then they write it down on their folder, and they issue them what they call a red card, and they're allowed 3 of those. They get 3, and then on the third one, they'll have to then go into a penalty area, and there's a penalty area set up on the finish straight at this event, and they've got to go in there for, the 10K guys will have to go in for a minute, I think it is. 5Ks for about 30 seconds or so.
So that's with 3 red cards?
3 red cards.
Yep, but it's not a DQ situation?
No, if they get a 4th red card, then they are out. And sometimes that may be awarded to them after they've actually finished.
Yep.
Or if they get a 3rd red card after they've finished, then that time that they should have spent in the penalty zone is added to their time.
Oh, so we see Richie Trathen there.
Yes.
From Pakuranga Club. He'll be in the men's under 18 today.
Yes, he is. He's walking 5K today. Big, tall lad, Richie. There's both Toby and Ari and Richie, all could have qualified for basketball. I think they're very tall boys.
Yeah, does Lucas, I know he lives in Christchurch currently. He's, I think, studying at Canterbury University. Does he train with Jonah?
On this, some days they train together, but they've got different programs that day. So they do. Jonah does a sprint training, for instance. Well, it's not a sprint training, but a speed work on a Wednesday. Now, Lucas may do that on a Saturday, for instance, or a Sunday. So there's some things they try and get together for, but typically it's more the distance stuff when they're just doing an 18k walk or a 16k walk, and they won't do that at race pace. They might do it at 5-minute kilometres or 5-minute 30 kilometres or 6-minute Ks along those lines. So they keep in contact. They watch what everybody's doing and support each other. They all use Training Peaks and those sorts of applications, and they actually, a lot of it, they can see what the international guys are doing as well. So there's a fantastic bunch of young walkers in Australia, both on the male and the females, under 20s. Particularly on the boys' side, there's some very fast walkers over there. And so they're watching what everybody's doing, including some of the Olympians. So it's actually good for these young ones coming through, so they can see a lot of what's going on there. And for young walkers like Ruby Cartwright here, they get to, on certain days, she's from North Canterbury, and so Rose they should be trained by Laura Langley, who's out there competing. She's associated with the North Canterbury Club. But on they'll do some combined training, and they'll bring Jonah and Lucas and other people from Canterbury, the more senior walkers, established walkers that have represented the country. They get to go along, and even though they're only essentially young themselves, Jonah and Lucas and Toby, they are able to sort of, it's good for the young ones to be around.
And what's the go-to venue in Christchurch for race walk training? Would have to be Hagley Park, wouldn't it?
During winter, yes. They do a lot of training through there from winter, and this time of the year, coming into summer, tend to go more for a grass track out at, which is a 400-metre track out at Middleton Grange School, or just across the road from it. That's when they do their combined training, but Jonah's obviously associated with the Southern Running Club, so he lives out that way. So he'll use the Esplanade and the Coastal Walkway, which is pretty good. He gets a lot of interested looks when he goes past a lot of the runners, and he's moving pretty quick, and they trying to figure out what on earth he's doing.
Yeah, it's interesting you say, a lot of runners move into race walking, and I can remember back in my day, I did a bit of race walking for my school, Burnside High School in Christchurch, and one of my contemporaries was Richard Potts, who was well known to many of the viewers, one of our top middle distance runners at the time, and still a New Zealand record holder at in the 1,500 metres at the New Zealand schools, and I think the 5,000 metres for under 20s, and he dabbled in walking as well.
Yep.
I think he won a few New Zealand titles and at secondary schools level, and he thought it balanced out as running, so he was obviously training for those running events, and he found that the race walking gave him the ability to sort of be more flexible in his hips and in his movement, and was a bit of cross training for him. So he didn't go on to compete internationally in race walking, but certainly part of his foundation as an athlete. So I'm sure there's people looking at this today and thinking, could I give this a go? Well, yeah, you can get there out there and do it.
Absolutely. Yep, you don't have to pigeonhole yourselves these days. There's that many opportunities involved, and if you want to stay involved in athletics and in the sport and still compete, I think Quentin Roux would be the most obvious example of that. We were living in Australia, and Jonah wasn't really involved in athletics until he was about 8 or 9 and got involved, and he sort of started off in sprinting, and he had some good young sprinters like Luca Tracy and a couple of the other kids there, and he was going backwards and they were going forward. So he gave race walking a go when you're 10 years old with the Athletics Canterbury and the juniors on the Saturday morning, and it just sort of clicked for him and just went from there. But Quentin, I think, was a middle distance runner, longer distance runner. It sort of developed into an extremely capable race walker.
Yeah, and what sort of times could we expect our younger athletes in the under 18 girls and boys grades to be sort of looking for today in the race walk?
Well, there's Richie going around there, and so I think he should be aiming for about under 24 minutes, 23, 24 minutes. The under 18s and the 3K, there might be something like 16 to 17 minutes, and this under 16, sorry. The seniors, so Jonah, I think will be aiming somewhere between about 43 to 45, depending on how things are going out there, but he's obviously already out by himself. Annika should be aiming for about 50 minutes or so. I didn't have a chat to her beforehand, but you every now and then we're getting a glimpse of three of them that are working pretty hard together, Lucas, Toby and Laura, and they're Toby's made some fantastic gains this year. His 3K time is down just above that sort of elusive 13-minute mark. You sort of break that and then you start to really drop down, but he's sort of just hovering there, and I think he's about 13:02, 13:03 for 3K at the moment. Lucas has been down well under that as well. When he and Jonah had a fantastic battle at his last secondary schools up at Inglewood. They both just missed the record set by Jonathan Lord, I think it was, of 12:33, something like that. That Jonah missed it by about 3/4 of a second, and Lucas was only just behind him.
So just in terms of, competition surface, so these race walkers would do some competition on the track, but most of the race walking opportunities are probably more on the road. What would be faster, track or road?
I think it depends on the athlete. These guys, so Jonah's quickest time's actually on the track. I don't think he's ever done a 3K on the, you could see his technique just going a little bit funny around there. And in fact, he's going about to get a warning here.
Warning, is he?
Yep.
Yep. Maybe he was thinking he might be going to slip over there.
Maybe. He may have something going on with his knee or his ankle potentially, and he's just trying to shake it loose. So you can't really, jog it out or anything, can you? So he just, that car that you came out looked like a divided, less than sign, so that's for bent knee. So she's the judge there, which is Rosie. She picked Jonah up and given him a warning for saying bent knee, and if she picks that up again, she won't walk out and give him a red card. They just write it down in their book, and that on a larger event like the Olympics or the Commonwealth Games or a World Teams Race Walking Champs, they'd have couriers effectively riding around. You might see them on the rollerblades at the Olympic Games. They'd be going to all of those judges, taking them back to a central point, and then they'd be putting up on a scoreboard the athlete and how many warnings they may have. So that way the athletes are aware going on.
There you go. You cannot avoid the watchful eye of a judge anywhere on even this short walk course, 500 metres out there and back. So I think there are about 6 judges out there today.
I think there's 4 or 5. A couple couldn't make it because of the poor weather and didn't want to stand out in the rain, which is understandable. So you got Alyssa, I think, is doing I'm not sure whether she's doing a 3 or 5 today, but you've got Toby, Lucas and Laura just with them as well. They're all doing 10K walks. Lucas has just moved in front there to sort of trying to put some pressure on by the look of it, and Toby's working hard to catch up to him. Toby's made some massive gains this year. There's Alex, who's senior men's as well. So he's in that category with number 1016, walking away from us, Lucas Martin. So Alex for Caversham down in Dunedin there. He represented New Zealand also this year in the World Teams Race Walking Championships over in Turkey. So he's been battling a couple of injuries early.
And what sort of team size was that for the World Walks Teams event?
I think there was 4 of them. That went 5 of them, sorry. So, Toby and Jonah were in the under 20s men, so they walked a 10-kilometre race. Alex was in the senior men, so they were doing a 20-kilometre race. And then Laura and Annika both did the 20K.
It had been suggested recently that we've never had race walking within our National Road Relay Championships before, which we had in a closed circuit venue for the first time last month in Taupō. But, certainly looking today, thinking, with a similar venue, is there scope to have a race walking teams event, with over 5 or 6 laps?
You'd think so. I think the depth of numbers may be
the challenge there.
It would be, but I think what might happen is if we get a couple of athletes, a male and a female, or a couple of teams there, particularly with these young juniors coming through, like Yandri here from up at Pakuranga, I think she's from up in Auckland. coming through, and Alyssa and obviously Laura and Annika are out there as well. So you've got a couple of well-established senior women, but it's just a matter of if they can get close to what the time may be, there may be an opportunity for them in an event like this to and athletics in New Zealand and athletics Canterbury and the other regions around the country would be pretty accommodating for it. If there was an opportunity to qualify a team, they'd give them every opportunity to do so.
Yeah, look, I think it's something that we'll definitely look at in the future. If the National Road Relay Champs comes into a closed circuit venue every 2 to 3 years, it's something that we can explore more to, support our walking community. So this is obviously a new event today within Timaru 10 and having the 10 kilometre event. I think the 3 and the 5 for the youngsters. And I think our 20k event is being held in Australia in combination with the Australian Championships over summer.
Yeah, that's in February, and I think it might be in Melbourne again or Adelaide next year. So I think Laura and Annika both raced in that last year. Jonah moving into seniors next year. He'll have to do that. Obviously, Toby's still got another year, as does Ari, but Lucas will have to move to that 20k eventually. But Lucas is at university full-time, studying engineering, pretty intensive degree, so it's a matter of where your focus goes.
So really compact walking style here for our athletics Taranaki.
Yep, that's Catherine from up Taranaki way. She's racing in the Masters, women's Masters event. Just a nice tight style. Nice good arm movements like with running. You know, I was only ever a sprinter myself, so I can't profess to have too much knowledge, but and not that competent at that. But obviously arm movement's pretty critical to it all. You keep your arms moving, and you see if they get a bit tired, their arms might slow down a bit, so they're not as proficient. But Lucas has put a little bit of a gap on Toby and Laura here.
I did notice that he'd picked up the pace the last time we saw him at the, about a lap ago. So he was sort of looked like he was putting on a surge to maybe up his rate to, chasing a time that he's got in mind today.
That's it. There's Yandri trying to miss the puddle there at the finish line. So she's just finished. Alyssa from Selwyn's obviously finished in that 5K event. Jonah coming around. He must be about 6 or 7K in by now, potentially. He must be getting close. Yeah, but Lucas obviously decided that then was the time to go to break a break on those two. I suppose if they're all walking at a good pace, like if that transfers to anything, distance, running, the whole lot. If you've got somebody to work with and you're both working hard, it makes it a little bit easier. You go out by yourself and you're battling the elements on your own.
So what's the sort of pace do you think from in the viewers box here today, or like in our live stream position? Do you think Jonah's walking about 4:30 30s at the moment, or potentially a little faster?
I've got absolutely no idea. I don't know what lap he's on. I don't know what the time is. So it's I think he looks like he's walking okay.
Yeah, he's flying along.
Yep, he looks like he's moving okay. So I think if we get an indication of where the time is, we're down at the bottom turn here. So this is the bottom, the northern end of the racetrack on the front straight. You can see the start line there where the red and the blue tents are, and the finish line. And so Alex is just turning into that 500 metres to head back towards the starting line, which is Lucas, Laura, and Lucas is obviously working pretty hard out there. He's getting warm. That these three are now obviously coming over the finish line. There's Jonah, so he's a good 250 or so metres in front of them, 500 metres in front of them by the look at half a kilometre.
Yeah, you got to love the competitive spirit of Laura Langley from the North Canterbury Athletic Club. She is just in there with her two male counterparts there, just really probably benefiting from having a bit of competition as our women and men are out there today, but she still has to walk fast if she wants to. And there's no pacing going on there. She's...
No.
Yep.
Yeah, you're either fast enough or you're not fast enough. And Laura had a fantastic season last year. She broke the records at the I suppose the event record at the Capital Classic on the 3 kilometre. So she did well there. There's Jonah, taking the glasses off, wincing a little bit, but that's pretty normal from him. He would have taken the puffer beforehand. Arnica in the background, but Laura had a fantastic year through trained well. She's changed coaches now with Damien Blocky, who's the partner of Alana Barber.
Yep.
And so that's brought some great results for her. And she did at the same event at New Zealand Athletics Champs on the 10K, which is run on walked on the Sunday morning. She did a massive PB by about 2.5 minutes. So she's had a very good year. Changed her training regime and a program with under Damien, which sometimes a good thing when athletes change coaches. It just gives them a different way of thinking about things and a different way of approaching it. And as you've seen in many cases, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And for Laura,
is that a coaching by correspondence relationship? So Damien's based in Auckland.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. So they'd talk fairly regularly, obviously, with Laura being a New Zealand representative and team captain for the team that the New Zealand team's race walking championship that went to Turkey. So they'd obviously talk pretty closely, fairly regularly about training programs, how she's feeling, all those sorts of things, making sure she's doing her rest and recuperation, and all those sorts of things that go into any elite athlete. And how Laura's moved in front. Lucas has got his head down a bit, so he's working hard through this part. He's come into this, looks like he's coming into the season pretty fit. Jonah and Lucas were walking together the other day. It looks like he's tried to make a bit of a break here to break them a little bit, but those two weren't having a bar of that, and Toby's just nice and consistent, but here he comes back again. So we may have a little dogfight going on between these three, which is nice viewing.
Good to see Lucas supporting some early growth there with his moustache for Movember.
That's it. He is. He reckons he had to give himself 2 months early head start before he came back. He went away at the end of uni last year, gave himself 2 months head start, so he came back with full growth, and he won't dare trimming it, he reckons, otherwise
it was like a couple of days too early, but in his preparation, but yeah.
Well, he's obviously not peaking for his walking yet in the season, but the moustache is peaking early in the season.
It really looks like Laura's starting to up the tempo as we move closer to that finish line.
Yep, I would say that Laura, and we obviously haven't got an understanding of what the time is in here, but okay. So Laura's walking nice and consistently there. You can see Lucas is working hard to keep up with her. So I was just about to say a little bit earlier, I think what Laura will be doing here is must be trying to negative split the back 5K. And so we may be getting very close to the last lap. So Jonah may be in his last lap here, but there's a time problem with the clock on the finish line. So we're running blind. Walking blind.
But we think they've been going for circa 45 minutes or thereabouts.
Yep, they supposed to start at 10:40, maybe started about 4 or 5 minutes late, so they'll be on about 40 minutes. So this may be Jonah's last lap by the look of it. He's got that look on his face that you can't tell whether he's smiling or it's a grimace. I don't know who number 1012 from Timaru is there, but it's the first time I've seen him out there in terms of a walking event. So good on him for getting out there, giving it a go.
Yeah, Run Timaru definitely out there in numbers today. We had a large contingent of the club who actually own and, well, organise this event.
Yep.
So great to see that they're also able to not only do the hard yards and organising it, but still get a opportunity to run or walk on the day.
Yeah, there was lots of them out there. Been a fantastic event. The only thing that I suppose that a few people might be disappointed about is the weather, but great location, great town to do it in, a fantastic track. You couldn't want anything more if you were going to trying to do a PB, whether you're walking or running. It's nice and flat. I suppose without the rain and a lower temperature, it would have been absolutely peak conditions, but there's not much wind out there anymore, just rain.
Yeah, well, they've been blessed with the weather in the first couple of years of the event, because it started back in 2022, I think it was, with the first Timaru Ten. So yeah, you can't control the weather, and our athletes are pretty resilient, and they can go out there in all conditions. So
well, this part of the world, I don't think you've got much choice except to be resilient.
We're a pretty unique sport in being able to go in pretty much any weather. So yeah, just adjust your race plan possibly. Might need to make sure that you. Oh, awesome.
Okay. So coming up on 40 minutes here. So my pick would be that Jonas Mushbury got another kilometre to go. So at that, he's coming over the line at about 40-42 there. So he'd be looking about another kilometre. He'd be looking at 45-46 minutes. So a bit down on what he Mushbury wanted to do, but that's still not bad early in the season.
Yeah, and if he's only relatively recently back into some base training, that's a good sign, isn't it? To be so strong, he's got all of the benefit of that training that he did for the World Juniors.
Yeah, the best thing that happened last year for Jonah was he went to Australia and trained with all their top class walkers, senior men, senior women, and the under 18s, male and female as well. And they have a big training camp, and it was at altitude last year down in the Snowy Valley, Jindabyne. And so he spent 4 weeks there, and that was a huge learning curve for him, and he came back incredibly fit. And, they were training 2 sessions a day, combining it with sprint, speed training, distance training, other types of all sorts of stuff around that as well in terms of cardio, weights, the whole lot. And so when you've got Olympians there like Ridian and Jemima Montag, the Australian top class, and they're interacting with them all the time, it's some of that rubs off if you're taking notice of it, and it certainly did for him. So he's obviously hoping to go to that again this next January, and on the back of that, then he does the Canberra Classic, I think it is, down there, which was a 10K walk. Again, they had the Evan Dumfrey, I think, out of Canada. He was down racing for that as well, 10K walk, and it was pretty warm down there. But
as we see the metronomic style of Alex from Caversham, he's leading the senior men's walk at the moment.
He'd be in second behind Lucas.
Second,
yep.
Sorry.
There's Toby there. He's just been dropped off the back. You can see Jonah there, actually. You can see a noticeable turn in pace.
Yep.
And he's really picked it up on that last lap. Obviously realised that his time's maybe a little bit down on what he wanted to do, but he should be maybe about 44, 45 he might come in at with just over 500 metres to go once he makes this turn. So he's getting pretty close. So not too bad for an early season walk. But yeah, Alex got a nice, consistent walking style. Just nice and fluid. Arms move well. You can see him walking away from just a really relaxed walking style.
So what's the psyche for Jonah, in this last lap where he'll be wanting to, etch out every second that he can in terms of his performance, but, you don't want to, get into territory where you might get a warning or a red card, or is he basically safe now and he can really open it up?
I don't know if they've got a board down there which is showing them the red cards, so he might be flying a little bit blind in that respect. But generally speaking, he's a pretty clean walker. He's got a very nice walking style, like most of these athletes do. Not many of these guys, the athletes card out. Very, very infrequently. In fact, they might get 1 or 2 reds. So for him, it'd just be about picking it up, seeing how he's feeling on that last lap, and then just realising, well, I've got something left, and let's put an effort in for the last 400 or 500 metres, kilometre, and try and bring it home a little bit quicker.
So we just ticked over 44 minutes. So Jonah's coming down towards the finish line. The outright leader in this Athletics New Zealand 10 kilometre road walk championship.
Yep, and he'll do it just under 45 minutes by the look of it. You can see that going away from us here, Laura and Lucas walking very well. So they're not that far behind. They'll be closing in about 46, 47 minutes as well, maybe 46 and a half. And there's Toby as well, just off the back of them. So Jonah, about 44, 45 or so. He'll come in through it. I know.
There he goes. So there's your national champion, ladies and gentlemen, in the under-20 men's 10K road walk. Jonah Crop continues some of his fine form over summer on the track and getting that selection to the World Junior Champs in Lima in Peru, as we hone in on Lucas Martin and Laura Langley, who are having a right royal battle here.
Yeah, they are. So this is, again, Laura's just continuing on from the last season, which obviously finished up in April. And she's walking very well. And Lucas, I think, may not have had the season he wanted to have last year. Times weren't up to his normal standards, but he's come back pretty fit. He's changed, from what I understand, he's changed his training regime up, and he's mixed it with a lot of running and walking as well. And so he's come into it looking... I'm pretty impressed with him. He's looking pretty fit there. So this might be a nice ding-dong battle down to the line. And Toby here is going to be on a massive PP.
Right. How's Laura looking for her time as well? Yeah.
Yep. I think Laura might just be out. I don't know about a track time for her, but might be just outside. So here we've got an athletics Timaru competitor, maybe one of his first walking events, but good to see him out there. Not the best conditions to be giving it a go in, but he's out there. And there's Alex, New Zealand representative at the World Teams Race Walking Championships last year, where it was in Antalya, Turkey, coming up behind him. So coming into finish now, we've got Laura Langley. Just in front of her, Lucas Martin, who managed to just break her at over 47 minutes. So that's a great time from Lucas early in the season. And both those athletes will be happy with that timing. That was a great battle from them. Toby O'Rourke coming in over the line from the Naki. And what I think will be close to a 2-minute PB, maybe even a 2.5-minute PB. Without that information in front of me, but that's a fantastic walk from Toby. Well done, mate. As usual, stagger over the line, but good work, big fella. So Lucas Martin has won the senior men's title at the New Zealand Road Race Champs. Toby's second in the under-20 men's, and Laura Langley, congratulations, won the senior women's title in the New Zealand Road Race Champs. See the athletes there just taking a few deep ones in after a hard competition. We saw that a lot this morning as well. It was tough conditions out there, and with the pacing, and particularly in some of the 10K races, the first one this morning when they were really moving, They were working hard. Arnica, Catherine there walking through. Here we have Alex coming over the line to finish second in the senior men's at 48.52, and I think that may be a PB for Alex as well. No doubt somebody will correct me on that later.
Hi team, I'm back here with our recently crowned New Zealand under 20 10k race walk champion Jonah Crop from Sumner. Mate, how was it out there for you today?
Oh, absolutely horrid. The weather is atrocious, but I couldn't have asked for a better time. Just had a few weeks off, 4 weeks into training, and yeah, I'm happy with how I did.
Yeah, because you've had quite the year. You went to the World Junior Championships in Peru. So how was that?
Oh, that was amazing fun, amazing experience. The race was absolutely... I've never been in a track race with that many people, so it was all very cramped, but it was a lot of fun. It was eye-opening to see the speed that some under-20s are doing.
And your dad was just mentioning before, I've been sharing the commentary duties with him today, that you're early back into your training after those World Junior Championships. So what's the next goal for you in terms of your race walking for the rest of the year and into summer?
For the rest of this year, I don't think I have any specific races. We're aiming for the camp up in Australia, Supernova, me and another walker, Toby O'Rourke. Both aiming for that, and that will be sure to help push us further than before. So we'll see how that goes.
Awesome. I have to say, I'm just stoked with the number of race walkers that there are out here today. It looks like it's probably the most we've had in a national championship for quite a while. So what's your your take on the walking scene in New Zealand at the moment?
I think it's a wide variety. We've got a whole lot of kids coming through that are turning into pretty good under 20s, under 18s. Yeah, we've just got a good stream coming through at the moment, and I think that's really beneficial to race walking at the moment in New Zealand.
Well, stay tight, and well done on your performance today. Go get warm.
Thank you very much.
Good shit, we're waiting for you to finish. 27.08. Well done. Nice. What was it? Thank you, officials. Oh, that's right. Thank you for judging. That commentator's pretty high. Thank you very much.
Oh, here we are at Levels Raceway in the beautiful South Canterbury. It's not the best of days, but we've just seen an absolutely fantastic performance from you, Laura Langley. You've won another national title in the Senior Women's 10K Road, so good time for you today in those conditions?
Yeah, definitely. I was hoping to go under 47.5 for the start of the summer season. And I think I actually didn't get my time at the end, but I think it was just under 47.20, so that was great. Was stoked to have a race against two of those boys out there, Lucas and Toby. Was hoping to beat them both, but couldn't quite get Lucas.
Well, it's always good to have that that competition out there, and I understand you've got a new coach too. Tell us a bit more about that and the move to Damien Blocky.
Yeah, so I started being coached by Damien bang on 2 years ago, and just his knowledge, his expertise, how much he values the body, how much he values recovery and technique. Recovery and technique were definitely things that I was not really, wasn't taking it seriously enough. Didn't really understand the value of it, and he's just really helped me with that. He's such a kind, caring coach, and but also very direct, and tells me exactly what I need to do and why, and I just feel like I'm such a stronger athlete because of it. My mindset throughout races, battling through tough conditions, battling through difficult places in the race, I can really just focus now, and that's really been because he's showed me how to do that. And he's just a phenomenal person, absolutely love him. He's just awesome, so yeah.
Well, you can't do it without your coach.
No.
And I'm hearing that the next big event for you is in Australia in February, the Australian 20K Champs. So what happens from here to get to that?
So that's our main target this season. Today we're going to see what I can do, and it's all looking pretty well after today's performance. And so we're just building into that, probably upping the Ks a little bit, upping the intensity. That's starting to ramp up a little bit now. And yeah, we're going to be hoping to be peaking a little bit towards mid-February. So
Fantastic. Well, I think the early signs are that you're laying a good foundation for the season. So congratulations again on winning another New Zealand title, Laura.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you.